everybody, to the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. My name is Manny V, and I'm here with a very stunning and sharp-looking David Hubbard. How you doing, brother?
So great to be here with you, Manny. Great to be here in Tahiti. Gotta tell you, the vibe is electric. We had the opening ceremonies yesterday, whole community rallying behind the riders and the event staff, and it was just, you could really feel the mana, as they say.
No, it was pretty awesome. The ceremonies usually run, the normal ceremonies usually around 20, 30 minutes, but this thing lasted maybe 3 hours, and it was awesome the entire time. They fed us awesome food, and it was just super cool to be here in Tahiti. I do have to say, though, this rainstorm, I'm cold. This is the first time I've been cold since I've been here, but that doesn't have anything to do with the action that has been going down today for the trials. Yes, we're in the competition, and unfortunately, we weren't able to show you that, but we're here now. The testing, everything looks like it's going to be a green light for the rest of the event, and right now we're going to give you the lowdown with the conditions out at Chopes.
Yeah, it's about 2 to 3, occasional 4 feet, swells on the rise. This storm is allowing some glassy conditions, even a bit of offshore breeze, cleaning up the wind swell that's kind of wrapping around the point, mixing in with just a little bit of the approaching ground swell from the southwest. That's creating pretty contestable conditions, and we've seen barrels, lip maneuvers, as well as maneuvers on the face being done in some of the early heats. And I think the action is going to continue to rise as we move through the rest of the trials to get 8 trialists who are going to meet the rest of the guys in the main event tomorrow.
Yeah, we are almost done with round number 1 of the trials, and we're going to continue on to round number 2, and then we're going to go into the quarterfinals, and to round out those last 2 spots, we're going to do a repecharge. I like to call it the death heat. But the quarterfinals, the top 2 riders in the quarterfinals, they're going to advance on into those 8 very special spots that will go into the main event. That will leave 2 more spots, and that's where the repecharge heat comes in. First and second in the quarterfinals, they're in. The 3rd and 4th place finisher in quarterfinal number 2, they're going to go into that repecharge heat, and only 2 of them are going to go into the main event. So the main event is where you're going to see all the top bodyboarders in the world that are here for this event, and it's going to be very, very awesome to watch because we're hoping, and I think the forecasts are looking for bigger and better waves as the week goes on.
Yeah, I think so too. I think tomorrow we're going to have killer conditions. We're probably going to move into the main event tomorrow, showing you the best guys in the world, top 30 on the APB, as well as joined by a bunch of wild cards. Man, you want to spell out the wild cards that are going to be joining the trialists and the top 30 in the APB?
Yeah, the wild cards consist of sponsored wild cards. The sponsors of the event, they do give 1 rider they get to put into the main event. We also have 4 Tahitian wild cards, and I think there was talk that there may be a couple more Tahitians to add to that, and those are the APB wild cards. So we have a lot of the top Tahitian riders on standby too, waiting for some of the trialists to get in to the main event. So the Tahitians, there's always an advantage having the competition in your backyard. And if you've been watching a lot of videos that have been posted online on YouTube, Facebook, wherever, you're going to see that some of the top pros have a lot of talent to contend with when it comes to some of the Tahitian riders.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, some of the obvious wild cards, they're the best guys out here on a bodyboard and even regarded as some of the best wave riders of Te Hupo'o. And I think we're going to be seeing wild cards and trialists really making a strong push in the rest of the event.
Yeah, and if you, I call this wave Chopes. That's everybody knows the nickname of the actual wave, but the correct pronunciation is?
Te Hupo'o.
Yeah.
Something like that. But
yeah, I think you nailed it. But it is at the end of the road here. If you look at a map of Tahiti, it's got a giant piece of land connected by a little peninsula here, and at the bottom of that second part is where we are. That's the end of the road, and it's very special, very spiritual. As soon as you get here, you get that sense of you're somewhere magical, and this wave out here is definitely one of those waves that A lot of surfers, a lot of bodyboarders, they dream about this wave showing up and being able to ride it. And for the fortunate riders here at this event, they get to ride it with 3 other people, sometimes even 2 other people, for 20, 25 minutes, depending on what heat you're in.
Yeah, and as we move through the rounds, we're going to go into one-on-one, man-on-man action, and it'll just be you and one other guy out there in just this very iconic, famous lineup, and I think that's going to be amazing to watch.
And if you've been following the forecast like the event organizer, Alex Leon, you know that we do have hope that some of the forecasts that are coming in, and I know they've been tuning in on magicseaweed.com. That's what we've been tracking, these pulses that are coming in, and we're crossing our fingers that they're right, that we're going to see some bigger waves than that we're seeing right now out in the water. So, and that's what we want. We want to see this wave come alive, and it's notorious for some big wave riding, and that's what a lot of the top riders are after.
Yeah, for sure. You know, when this event got confirmed, got put on the schedule, you know, it was like everyone's just knee-jerk response if they haven't been here or if they have been waiting for the opportunity. It was like, well, I'm going now, and they book their tickets right there. That's why we have such a large field in the trials. So many countries represented, as well as, you know, like we were talking about earlier, plenty of Tahitians, solid talent here locally, and I think it's just a great mix, and that's why we're going to be bringing you the action all day, progressing through these trials, bringing you the 8 trialists who will make it on. So in the first round that we're almost finished up, we did see progressing through. I'll give you guys a little recap of who's in round 2. And the first heat of round 2 is going to be Moronui Temuhuki.
And I got to stop you right there, because some of the pronunciation of the Tahitian names, they're pretty awesome. I mean, it's kind of like the Hawaiian names where you almost pronounce every single letter.
Yeah.
And some of the names, if you see the heat draws on the APB Facebook page, you'll see some awesome names.
Yeah,
So
I'm probably not doing them totally correct, but I'm gonna give it a go. And even some of these other names, they can get a little tricky. So give us a little leeway with that. Also in heat 1 of round 2 is gonna be Tiavanui Denard, Sebastian Kreft, and Tehahi Matahiarii.
Nice.
In heat 2 of round 2 is Thibal Casabianca, Cristobal Chiarafia, and Mike Jagat.
Yes, stop you right there. Mike is actually, I actually do have a 9-to-5 job, and Mike is, he's my boss at uriding.com. He's the creator of the Bodyboard game and soon to be released surfing game. But I was pretty proud seeing my boss out there killing it. So go aheund. Sorry.
No, that's awesome. One more slot yet to be filled in round 2, heat 2. Round 2, heat 3 will be Jorge Colomer, Patrick Orr, Jared Gibson, as well as another yet to be advanced. So we're just waiting to fill in the rest of these heats in round 2. Round 1 is still being surfed. And it's been pretty cool so far out there.
No, I mean there's the action's been nonstop out there, and we're gonna give you more lowdown as soon as we come back right after this. So we're gonna see action, or we're gonna keep talking? Welcome back, everybody. Once again, Manny V here with David Hubbard here at the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. And the action has been nonstop. Out in the water, we've seen almost a completion of round number 1 of the trials. We're going to jump into round number 2 of the trials and quarterfinals and repechage, where the goal is to end the competition for the trials today so we can get those top 8 spots into the main event. But man, I don't know if you can hear this, but it is coming down pretty hard right now.
It is, and I think these actually, kind of helping the conditions out there. Certainly not helping the conditions for the event staff, yeah. But for the riders out there, I think they are getting a little bit smoothed out surfaces, and now they want to seek shelter in the pit, So if they can get in the tube right now, they're going to get a little break from the rain pelting down on them. But they're stoked, They're already wet. They're in the water anyways. I don't think it's affecting the riding that's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you were with us just a second ago, David gave us, what do you want? David Hubbard, Dub?
Either one, man. Anything, Dave. It's all good.
All right, well, Dave, everybody knows him as Dub, but we're going to stick with Dave. Dave, you talked about the conditions. What about the forecast? I mean, everybody wants those big waves. Is that going to happen?
We really hope it is, because that's why everybody came down here to Tahiti. So we're going to probably be able to see in the next 24 to 48 hours the total outlook for the rest of the event period. We do have, a couple weeks down here at least to run the event. So we're going to be able to start getting a little bit of a glimpse what's happening in the back half of that waiting period, like I said, in the next day or two. And from there, we're going to be able to see what can happen further down the track. I think we're going to have about 4 days to run this event. We're running today the trials, and then we'll have at least 3 days of the rest of the competition. I do believe we're probably going to start the main event, at least the first round tomorrow, and that'll leave us hopefully 2 days to wait for some really big, really intense action, which is what you guys are all tuning in to see, and that's what all the competitors came down here for, and that's ultimately why we're running this event, is to come back down here to Tahiti. We haven't been here in so many years, but had some very classic and memorable moments in some of the previous events here over the history of this event.
I was fortunate enough to be sent over here with the No Friends crew, and if you're old school bodyboarder, you know what the No Friends dynasty was all about. But yeah, Ross McBride and the boys, they sent me over here to film the 2000 Tahiti Skins event, and that was something that was just mind-blowing. And it was interesting. The one wave that set everything apart was that one wave of Ryan Hardy doing a belly spin, a spin inside of the barrel. And back then, the waves were massive. But back then, that one wave with that one maneuver pretty much set him apart from the rest of the competition. The question is, now with all these bodyboarders in that super fit, super, ready to go all in, the question for me is, are we going to see competitors hit the lip and do these big maneuvers when the waves get big?
I think that's what we all want to see. And, at that Skins event, I think there was a few Rolos. There was a few lip maneuvers. They weren't as critical as what we'd like to see nowadays in the riding. Granted, they're very critical, not taking anything away from them. But we are hoping to see some really intense, big aerial moves. If the conditions are right, that is totally possible. And depending on the conditions we receive, it could be more about the barrel. That was such an iconic, I think most bodyboarders can still replay that wave of Ryan Hardy in their mind's eye. That was what set him apart in the final. I think he had been planning how to set himself apart from the rest of the field, and just was able to muster just a really fast as well as really technical spin in the pit. And I mean, to me, that just stands out as one of the most iconic rides in a contest almost ever. That puts it way up there in the ranks of a contest ride that you can remember each little water drop and each rail maneuver that he did during that ride, and that's fresh in everyone's mind when they think of of event down here.
But if you can, you've already gotten a few waves out there. Explain to the viewers how crazy it is to be able to, let's say the waves get at a size where it's almost scary to hit the lip. But what if guys like Guilherme Tamega or Jason Finlay or Ben Player, they have that opportunity to hit the lip when the wave is big? What happens? Give us the explanation on how dangerous that could be as far as the landing, where you end up, how deep it is, that whole scenario.
Yeah, great point, Manny. Especially the way that this wave kind of runs down the reef as it approaches the channel. Hitting the end bowl, as it were, is going to be a lot different than hitting an end bowl at another wave. If you hit an end bowl at a normal wave, you're kind of finishing off into the channel. It's not as critical of as landing sometimes, but the end bowl here, I think you're going to get projected either up or way out, plenty of air. You're going to look at probably wanting to land it, not totally in the flats, because the wave can easily overpower you if you get too far into the flats. It'll be a very intense landing, but the majority of the wave's power is still pushing across and through the reef intersection, and it'll be technical. I think the lip maneuver in itself is going to have to be really well planned. The whole trajectory of the lip maneuver is going to have to be really well planned so that it can be landed and completed safely, like you said.
Yep.
It might be one thing to go and boost a big air, and we have seen that previously in some of the other competitions out here, but the landing was not quite as possible and wasn't completed in a lot of those occasions. Sean Virtue, my brother as well, kind of going for some huge moves out here. Really hard to land them, but we're hoping to see it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the top athletes in the sport, they are 100%. I mean, if you see these guys, they're full, just six-pack abs, stretch every day, yoga, everything. So it's going to be pretty cool, and I'm really excited. That for me, that's like going to be I'm going to lose my I can't say it, but it's going to be crazy if these guys start hitting the lip when it gets big. So again, you gave us a lowdown on what to expect. We got we're going to finish off the trials today, and we're still working on the camera feed and everything, and that's why we're doing this. We usually don't broadcast the trials, but it's a great opportunity to give the production crew the time to set everything straight, make sure everything's working correctly. But for the rest of the event, we're going to go into the main event. And what's going to happen for the next few days is we are going to have a morning show. I think it's going to be about 25, 30 minutes long. We're going to have Dave and I, and we're going to also have some guests come in, some of the guys that make bodyboarding, multiple world champions, Mike Stewart, Guilherme Tamega. We're going to have other riders, Ben Player, Jared Houston. Pretty much we're going to have as many world title holders come into the booth, and we're going to have their input on what to expect as far as the competition here at Chopes. And also an awesome, pretty cool addition that is going to be included in 2016, U-Riding. If you don't know what U-Riding is a video game that you can download on your tablet or phone, and what we're doing with the APB, and I say we because that's my 9 to 5. I work at U-Riding and moonlighting to be able to sit here with Dub. But what we're doing in 2016, go to uriding.com, download the game on your iOS or your Android phone, and you'll be able to compete at the same waves as the APB. You can go down there, go right now on Android, I know for sure, and compete at the same event. You can get the same jersey with the same logos. It's pretty cool. You got 10 or 20 practice waves, but you only have 3 waves to compete on the wave. And there are some U-Riding cash, and we do have some pretty cool things, virtual items in the game to win too. So it's pretty fun on the downtime. So when you're not watching the live feed, you can play the You Riding bodyboard game. So go download it, and it'll be pretty fun to see who's going to come out on top, because my friends Sean, Travis, Mitch, and Vinny, who I work with, we're all taking bets on who. And it's pretty cool because you got bodyboarders playing the video game, and they're kicking butt on that too. So we're already having these like superstar video game players for You Riding. That's going to be pretty cool. We know Yuri, he's been winning everything. He's from Brazil. He's probably gonna come and dominate Chopes too in You Riding. But that is something you can do on the downtime, but make sure you do that, and we're going to be giving shout outs to the top players of each day. So that's pretty much it. So we're going to get more into the Sparkgreen Tahiti challenge once we come back right after this. We are here at the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. Right now in the water, we are running the trials. And in the trials, we're taking the top 8 competitors, and they're going to go into the main event, which may start tomorrow. So the main event, give us a lowdown.
So we're rolling out a new format this year on the APB. We're going to be using 3-man heats in the first round of competition. 16 3-man heats. Non-elimination. First place is going to skip around.
I love that, by the way. Because you get to see if your favorite rider doesn't get in those top spots, you still get to see him again.
Yeah, and it's great for the competitors because they have the confidence they'll at least surf twice.
Yeah.
You know, they're making a big trek from wherever corner of the globe they're from to this beautiful venue, wherever it is at the next events. But for here in Tahiti, we're trialing, actually going to be starting the year with this format. And so, like I was saying, first place will skip around straight into round 3. Second and third will go into round 2, man on man. So, non-elimination, 3-man heat. From there, round 2, all the way through the rest of the event. If we have the time, if there's no time constraints, we'll be man on man. So, really exciting way to be using man on man and priority. And, you know, the most guys in the water you'll see is 3-man once we're into the main event, and that just allows the riders to make better wave selection and just have a more exciting show, really. Yeah. So I think it's just going to be a great way to kick off the 2016 APB World Tour.
I can't imagine. So, I mean, imagine signing up for an event, especially here at Chopes, and you get to surf it twice before anything happens, and if you make it to that second round, you're out there with one other person. Come on.
Yeah, unreal.
And if it's going off, you're in heaven.
Yeah, unreal. And especially too at this wave, you know, when it's really breaking in that really famous kind of wave that you see all those images. You know, it's so intense. You do want at least one other guy out there with you so you know where to sit.
Yes.
So that'll be kind of interesting seeing it just with those 2 guys when it's one-on-one and seeing, you know, after one guy catches a wave where the other guy lines up. And there's going to be, I think, local knowledge is going to play into it huge. Also experience at this wave. We have many of the qualified guys in the top 30 APB who spent a good amount of time out here. Mike Stewart, obviously, one of the original wave riders out here in the modern day. You know, he's spent some solid time out here. Ben Player and a number of others have spent a good amount of time. That experience is going to be really crucial in those man-on-man heats.
So the question is, let's say, because back home I try to teach when I teach surfing, I try to explain to them about where to line up on the beach. Okay, so if you know the wave is breaking here, line something up with the shore so you know you're always in the right position to catch the wave when it comes in.
Yeah.
But I'm looking back there, and you're almost a mile
It's way out there.
in
It's
the
way out.
ocean.
It's way out.
So what are the competitors? How do the competitors find that sweet spot on where to sit if the waves get big?
So typically out there, since it is so far off of the land, you know, there's this huge lagoon and then this barrier reef. Terrestrial lineups, so lineups on the land, aren't as useful because of the distance involved, but we do have our judges set up on a scaffolding that's more than halfway out on the reef. So that's your closest lineup as far as something to look in towards. But I think mainly it's the reef itself and having a relationship with the reef. Waves do come in on different sections of the reef. So even though it's a tight lineup space, being in the right spot might be different for different waves that are coming in.
Yeah.
So it is really a relationship with the reef as well as the swell, just kind of the conditions as they're going, you know, being a little bit flexible, seeing where the good ones are coming in. That kind of experience, I think, will play into wave selection, lining up, being in the right spot at the right time.
You mentioned experience. There's a lot of newbies here in Tahiti who've never surfed a wave like this before, and here they are in the trial rounds where, you know, it's 3 to 4 feet. Who knows? Tomorrow it could be 10 feet. What are they going to have to do to get over, I would say, fear? Because once those waves get over 6 feet Hawaiian, where the face is almost 12 feet tall, what are they going to have to do to just get over that hump and say, okay, I'm in, I gotta go? What goes on mentally? What's going to happen mentally for these people who've never surfed in those kind of waves?
Well, that's a great point you bring up with the size difference. Here at Te Hupo'o, it's a really fine line. Once it gets above a certain size, this wave breaks like no other that I've ridden on the planet. Right now, the trials are being held in, you know, this wave could be anywhere. The way it's breaking right now, there's some barrels, there's some sections. It's somewhat normal. Once the wave gets triple, quadruple, quintuple overhead, the water starts drawing off the reef as the swell approaches. So you have two forces coming together to create this very round and boxy, thick, hollow tube.
With the ocean behind it.
And the whole ocean's coming behind it. So when the swell draws in, water's coming off the reef, and the swell is stacking up, and it's very hard to get into the waves at that size. So much water coming off the reef and up the face as the wave approaches. So you not only have to paddle into the wave to match the speed, but you have to paddle down against the water coming up the face. So commitment is going to be the biggest thing for people without experience, even the people with experience, to get themselves and, like you said, throw themselves, huck themselves over that lump and get into those waves. They're definitely going to have to overcome some mental barriers to the thought that, oh, I'm too deep, I'm too late. It's at one point it's just you gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, those are the newbies that are coming to, you know, to the playground and gonna throw it down here at Chopes. Let's touch on the top guys. Right now on top of the leaderboard after the first event at Pipe PLC.
Yeah.
What is going to go through their minds? PLC, Jared Houston, last year's defending champion, Guillermo Tamega. So you got all these experienced riders who've been here before, and they know what to expect. What are they going to do to separate themselves, not only on the wave, but on mentally too. Do they give us a little insight on these guys, including yourself? You're in the main event.
Yeah, so great question, and I think it's gonna be, not many of these guys have probably surfed here yet this season. They've been practice surfing, but haven't had any extra large stuff to deal with. I'm not sure how many of them have come in the last year or 2 years, so it'll be a bit of a jogging of the memory. They're gonna want to remember sessions that they had out here,
Yep.
when it was pumping, how that felt, what they did, where they were sitting, those kind of things to kind of bring them mentally into that space where they're prepared to repeat the performances, or maybe not repeat certain performances if they had some big
No.
wipeouts. So they're going to want to either think about things that they did right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to want to, maybe check out some video clips,
Yeah.
kind of see some stuff that really inspired them. There's definitely some sessions that people get really excited about. So they're going to want to kind of get into the mode like that. And then when that heat buzzer rings and your heat is on, you got to just let all that mental stuff kind of wash away and be in the moment and just surf that heat. At the same time, a lot of it will still be a mental game.
All right, so we kind of have an idea of what the newbies, the people who haven't had that much experience here. We just heard Dave talk about the guys who've been here before, but may have to get the muscles going again. Now, when it comes down to it, is there any way that you can practice for this type of wave anywhere else in the world, or is it just, can you only practice this type of wave here?
Well, when you say type of wave, you can find comparable, waves with comparable similarities.
Yep.
So you could find a wave with a heavy drop. You could find a slab. Or you could find a wave with a really thick, long, hollow barrel.
Yep.
You could find waves that have different elements of Te Hupo'o. So that's possible. You're not going to find the whole experience knit into one. This is one of a kind. That's why we're here. That's why it's so iconic. But you can find places that have some similarities, and you practice the feature of that wave that you want to improve on or get used to. So before I came, I wanted to find somewhere to scoop into a slurping wave.
Mm-hmm.
So, guys with similar mindsets were trying to find slabs to ride. And there,
Yep.
it was probably on the small scale, unless they had some big waves where they're from. But Pierre, I think over the winter in Portugal, he's been able to surf some really hollow, thick, kind of pretty radical waves.
Yeah.
I'd say he's had some experience recently. And if you check out his podcasts, Obrigado and the Golden Age and things like that, you'll see that he's surfing some pretty thick, hollow waves. Maybe not super similar, but I think they have some similarity to here. And like you said, he's in the lead now. I think he's got the most amp as far as maintaining that lead that he got out at Pipe.
Yeah.
And so just coming here with that stoke and being fresh, also I'd say competitors who've had experience at Pipeline this season, whether they traveled there or whether it's the local pipe riders, Pipe is a wave that is naturally going to be compared to most other famous waves because it's a really famous wave. So, and it's a left-hand tube. Well, the left on Pipe is the left. So they're going to be comparing that out here to this wave. So, Mike Stewart, Jeff Hubbard, GT now living in Hawaii as well. Those guys who ride Pipe really, really well, you're going to expect naturally them to be able to translate some of that experience to here.
As you're talking and throwing out these names, there are only three professional riders or bodyboarders that can claim that they've won the event here. So this is a pretty prestigious title. First place win here in Tahiti at this wave is something that you can actually be proud of, put it on your wall and display it, almost brag about it, because there's not many people who can say that. That's what's at stake here. It's not only are you part of the super elite, I believe it's Ryan Hardy and Damian King, those two are, I think, the only two bodyboarders in the world that can say, "Hey, I won an international event at Chopes," and that is the one of the main reason I think that's drawn a lot of the top riders to this event. I mean, can you imagine winning this thing and you're only one of three, and it spans over nearly 20 years. I mean, the last event here, I think, was in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is definitely one of those titles that you want under your belt.
It is for sure. And, you know, pipe is really iconic. There's great waves. We have great waves on tour.
Yep.
But it is such a special year, 2016, for us to come back after, like you said, over a decade, maybe a decade and a half, almost two, back to Tahiti.
Yeah.
This is one of the venues that really catapulted the World Tour into that kind of elite level of the Super Tour. What was what it was coined right when it started happening, and it was waves like Shark Island and here that really made it like, hey, we want to put bodyboarding on the map as being one of the gnarliest things you can do in the water. And that's why naturally this wave was selected.
Yes.
And this wave is held with the highest regard for being a hard charging, intense, radical wave that we feel is perfect for bodyboarding. That's why we're so excited to bring you this 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge.
And I'm crossing my fingers we get that swell or a swell for the next 3 days of competition, because I really, really, really want to see, and I know you want to see the top riders in the world on some pretty sizable Tahiti or Chopes waves. And if that happens, somebody's gonna hit the lip, and they're gonna try to land in the flats, and they're gonna just blow minds. So we're gonna talk more about the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge right after this. Don't go away. The 16 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. Manny V here with David Hubbard. This is it. We're starting. We have the trial rounds out in the water. We're pretty much done with trials round one, and we're going to finish off the trials throughout the day. So we're looking for those 8 spots that are going to fill in the top 48 spots into the main event. Give us the lowdown one more time on what to expect as far as the main event.
So main event tomorrow, we got a big day of running that first round of 16 heats in that first round.
And we hope because
hopefully
the call will be made.
Yeah, the call will be made tomorrow, but it's looking likely, but we have to wait and see for tomorrow. But it'd be great to get that first round out of the way. It's going to take a lot of time because it's non-elimination. 3-man heats, but hey, if we have enough time, we might even get into round 2 later on tomorrow if we're starting the main event tomorrow. So we'll see about that, but that's just really exciting. I'm super excited to see the format starting to take place and unveiling this new format for 2016. I think it's a great way to stay very high performance, as well as bringing the competitors exactly what they want to be experiencing throughout the competition,
If you saw our eyes glance over there, we finally got our viewing monitor up, so we're really excited that things are starting to come together. But every day, the main event, starting the next day of the live broadcast, I think we're gonna have
If
the
we
morning
can,
show
yeah,
every
morning
day.
show should be at 7 every day. I think if we can, yeah.
Yeah, I think
We're
I
gonna
think we,
shoot for it.
yeah,
We'll let you guys know.
no matter what, we're having the morning show every single day. And then we'll know. I think Alex and Eric Apple will be out in the channel in the boat. They're going to give us the confirmation if
Yeah.
the event is on or not. But for sure, make sure you tune in every day from this point on for the morning show where Dave and I will talk about what's happening. Plus, we'll have guests, world title holders, some newbies, and just a variety of riders and talk about their experience so far here at the Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge.
Yeah, I think that's going to be so great to have some of those guys and reflecting on
Yeah.
some of their earlier experiences. I want to hear about GT's wipeout in
Yeah.
one of the last events, when they had to stop the round. I want to hear that story. I want to hear Mike tell us the story about finding this wave.
Yeah.
He was one of the first modern surfers to kind of identify this wave as being excellent and actually riding it. And so I want to hear those stories.
Yeah, no, and actually, Mike sent over his story on the discovery of this area, well, the wave, and I'm gonna let him talk about it because it'll be better if you hear it from him. But it's pretty awesome. I will say that I was really surprised on who he was with when they went out to ride the wave for the first time for themselves. So
Yeah.
it's going to be pretty cool to hear his story and some of the other riders that were here for that first event, and also the riders who've never been here before.
Yeah, I mean, that's great to get their interpretation, their kind of experience of what it's like, what's happening for them, their first time here. And I feel that, most people would have to be just so stoked.
Even with it raining, pouring, and windy, it's still an experience. And you can see that they're not going to let a downpour, make this trip bad because, you know what? I don't think, even if it snowed here in Tahiti, it'd still be a place that I definitely would want to be,
Still
especially
be
to watch
paradise.
this.
Yeah, for sure. And
Yeah.
I think, with the culture, just with the waves, with the people, just everybody, all the elements of this beautiful place make it what it is and make it one of anybody I've spoken to who's been here, one of their favorite destinations, a place that they actually will give the term paradise to.
I totally agree. There's something in the water, in the air, in the land, or whatever, because every local I've talked to, their skin is so perfect. It's like super soft and perfectly brown. I don't know what it is, but I think I might have to move here and see what I can do about these bags under my eyes.
Yeah, well, you look pretty young. You look pretty young to me, Manny. So I think it's all good in that department. But there is youth with smiling, and I think the Tahitian smile, possibly more than many other cultures
Yeah.
or any other cultures I've been in. You could walk down the street, a total stranger, and you're gonna just make eye contact, smile, share a yorana or another bonjour, ça va, another few kind words. And people are just going to be so stoked.
I just want to double check with our producer if we're able to talk about some of the action that's going out in the water. Give us the green light because we see it on our monitor and we really want to know if you can see that too. And if you can, we totally want to talk about it. So producer, if you're sitting in the booth, let us know if we can talk about what's on our screen. If not, we'll just keep talking about the event itself. And out in the water right now, we are still running rounds. I think round number 2 of the trials, and that's going to be pretty awesome to see towards the end of the day who are going to take those 8 spots to make up the top 48 in the main event. So let's give you a rundown one more on who those 48 riders are made up of.
So we got the top 30 in the APB. Some of those are actually injury wild cards or injury replacements that if they weren't on tour last year, they get a slot this year. We've moved to reserve. I think it's 2 slots, and I think those go to Ben Player and Alan Munoz for injuries sustained in 2015.
Cool.
They're going to join the top 28 ranked APB riders from 2015. That'll make up our top 30. of APB slots. Then we're going to have 3 APB wild cards that one of them goes to the Tahitian, or maybe 2 of them, Nikolai Richard and Manea Fibashia, and also Toby Player. Toby Player,
Yeah, Toby.
competitor who has been in some of the previous events out here, so he's a logical pick for APB wildcard. Then there's 4 Tahitian wildcards, one of those going to the leader or tour leader in the local series. So the Federation of Tahitian Surfing has put Tahiti, I think, is the name of the local tour leader, along with 3 other Tahitians, as well as 3 sponsor wild cards: Jace Finlay, Dean Fergus, and Shane Ackerman.
Yes, it's I mean, that right there alone, plus the 8 trialists, it's gonna. I mean, the action is gonna be packed. We're just hoping that Mother Nature delivers the good as far as the bigger waves, the better conditions. Because I'm telling you, man, when I woke up, it looked like it was gonna be an awesome day. No wind. It was glassy out there, and I heard it was like perfect 4 feet, and there was nobody in the water.
It was fun, but there was some guys out from early. I paddled out just a little bit after the crack of dawn, so just as it was starting to light up. Sorry, well before dawn, but before the sun rose. But there was plenty of guys out there, and plenty of them continued to trickle out. We didn't get the trial started till about 10, so some of the boys got some pretty long sessions that morning, and just patience was probably the tip of the morning as far as waiting for a good one amongst the rest of the hungry competitors trying to get their pre-competition practice surfs in.
I'm fortunate enough to be able to share a bungalow with Guilherme Tamega, multiple world champion, and his alarm went off, I think, at 4:30, and then he got his stretches in, he did his thing, and before I knew it, his wetsuit was on, his board was under his arm, he had his fins in, and I look outside, and it's pitch black.
Pitch black.
He walked out the door, pitch black outside, and that is the type of,
commitment
you're going to need to be able to get out there and get your muscles moving in the right direction. And then when he came out of the water, I was having breakfast. I'm like, so were you the first one out? Because you left before dark, and I know you paddled out in the middle of the dark. And he said, no, there was like a handful. There was like 3 other people that were out there before me. So that is some serious commitment if you're able to get out there before Guilherme Tamega to get a few. So, yes, I mean, it's one of those events where you want to win it. That's the main thing. That's the main reason why a lot of these competitors are here, if not all of them. But to be able to get that title of winning at this wave on your chalkboard.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, to be able to ride this wave, because when's the next time you're going to be here?
Yeah, for a lot of these guys, it might be their only trip to Tahiti in their life. Otherwise, it'll be like returning home and just working and just hooked on it. Like I gotta get back there to Tahiti, saving up for their next trip here. And like you mentioned, it is such a prestigious event. It is definitely one of the most prized event wins that anyone could get. Like you said, it can totally make someone's career. You know, I think Ryan Hardy was only about 18 or so when he won this. You know, he was pretty young, and that catapulted him right up there, and he was a top pro, like, all the way up until this day. You know, that name was really solidified here.
Yeah.
And he had a great career since then, and, you know, I think a lot of these competitors are looking to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, I know Ryan Hardy, he's not here for this event, but I know he's got a couple awesome things under what he's going on now. I know he's doing some bodyboard schools in Australia. I know he's joined forces with Bali Bodyboarding, so he's in Bali during the summer doing some awesome trips with the guys at Bali Bodyboarding. So Ryan Hardy, he's doing awesome things to this day, and he will be synonymous with this event here at in Tahiti. But the question is, who's gonna be that next person? who's going to do something amazing. Let me ask you this, because you are competing in this event. You get a perfect wave, you get barreled, and you come out and you have that split second decision where you have the opportunity to go big and hit that lip, or do you just cut out and go skim off into the channel? What are you going to do?
Wow, I think that's a great question. I think strategically as a competitor, it might have to depend on the situation that I'm in the water. Ultimately, if it's just like the best wave of my life and I do have the opportunity, probably gonna have to take it and just capitalize, maximize, because I really like trying to just surf the waves. You know, if I get to surf an event in good waves, I just want to make the most of those waves, you know. Sometimes I let my strategy and my competition prowess slack, and my focus is riding the sick waves. But there's other times where I'm really in competition mode, and I know, okay, strategy-wise, the best competition thing to do would be X right now. So it'll kind of depend, but I think, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the competitors, including myself, let, you know, emotions kind of and adrenaline just kind of override those competition thoughts and lead us into hopefully some amazing situations. Let's see.
Well, you did touch on something that it's kind of hard to explain, because once you get into the mode, once you're out in the water, you sometimes forget that, oh, you know what? You're competing with yourself about survival, understanding that you're in a contest. There is criteria, and there is that, I hate to say it again, but survival, especially if the waves get big. But if you have to combine those two, when the waves get big, strategy comes into play. And give us the lowdown on exactly what the judging criteria is for, and how do you advance, just for those that are watching that really don't know.
Yeah, so I think it's great for the judges to be located where they are on the scaffolding. It gives them straight in front, if not slightly behind view. So a lot of iconic images, and the view from the channel is very widely known. But the judges have a great view of the action. So they're going to be able to see if you're in the barrel or not, which is kind of key. I think that's one of the biggest scoring criteria out here. Getting a big, deep, hollow barrel, cleanly ridden, cleanly exited, that would be the ultimate.
Well, compare that to if they were on the boat in the channel.
So on the boat, it would be a little harder to tell. You'd be looking into it. You might not be able to see the depth if they're actually behind the curtain, or if they're a little bit in front, kind of riding the pocket. So their perspective is great for sure, what they're looking at from the scaffolding that's been set up wonderfully by the event staff. But they're going to be looking for, you know, typically it's the most radical maneuver in the most critical section of the wave. So barrels will qualify in that category, of course. But lip moves, like you keep singing about, I think is definitely as critical as you can get out here, and definitely as radical. So if someone pulls an amazing lip maneuver before, or maybe even without a barrel, it could definitely reach up into the excellent range and progress somebody through a heat. I think we're going to be seeing, you know, a combination of the two, and depending on the size of the waves, more so one than the other, depending on the size.
We do have, in this event, we do have the priority system in place. So if you can, for our viewers, explain as easily as you can the whole priority system. I know that's a lot.
No, yeah. So in the most easiest terms, priority is basically like kind of a gentleman's rules, or a taking your turn kind of a system. So if we're all waiting for waves in a free surf, typically if we're kosher with each other, we're going to be waiting our turn. So if I've been waiting longer, it's my turn. And if the guy who's been waiting the second longest is waiting his turn as well, he gets selection right after, let's say, the guy who's been waiting the longest. And you lose your turn if you paddle for a wave. So in the simplest terms, that's basically the crux of the priority system. Well, the beauty of the system is it allows for waves to be ridden, and it allows for the competitors to ride them from the takeoff area that they choose. So they can sit where they want to sit, and they have the opportunity to patiently wait for the wave that they want. That system honors what people do in free surfing and what you would normally typically do out in the lineup anyways.
Okay. All right, so we're going to be talking about the priority system, some of the strategies, the judging criteria throughout the event, just so everybody's on the same page. And if you're wondering why this person made it forward through the heat, and this person didn't, we're going to be keep hitting on those key points as far as priority, judging criteria, and the format as well. So, again, we want to welcome you to the very wet and rainy, and I want to say thunderstorm, but I haven't heard thunder yet. But it seems like it could be coming up next. But this is the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge here at the infamous wave, the one and only
Tupo.
yeah, otherwise known as Chopes to a lot of the surfers and bodyboarders around the world. We are running through the trial rounds today. We're going to finish off with the last heat of the day, which will be the rapid charge. But first, let me give you the lowdown. If you're just tuning in, we have rounds 1 completed. Round 2 is out in the water. And we're going to be following round 2 with the quarterfinals. We got 3 quarterfinal heats. And the top 2 in the quarterfinal heats will advance on into the main event. And the 3rd place and the 1/4 place in quarterfinal number 2, they're going to advance on to the death heat, the rapid charge. And the 2 top in the rapid charge will advance on to the main event. And here is the judges. You can't tell right now that they're about 10 feet above the water.
Yeah, at least. They might even be just a touch more, 12 or 15. They're up on a beautifully constructed scaffolding right above just a translucent blue, beautiful crystal water covering a very shallow and very alive coral reef. And that's, just inside of where the waves are breaking, which is also on a very alive coral reef. And that just makes it so exciting and so intense. Like I said, with that clear water, when you're dropping into these waves on a sunny day, it's almost like you're on a piece of saran wrap. I mean, you can just see right through it, and you're just watching the bottom of the ocean, that coral just right beneath you, and that can get a little bit of the nerves going.
So the if you see the judge right there in the blue jacket, that is Simon Thornton. He is one of those riders, professional bodyboarders, who got hooked. He got hooked by Tahiti's magical and mysterious spirits, that he just fell in love with this area. And this guy's no joke. 4 covers on Riptide. He knows his spot like anybody else, as well as the locals. He's from Port Macquarie, and he's married to a local, and he has children here. But Simon Thornton, he is one of the most legit judges that we can have here in Tahiti. Also, the man in the white jacket,
Craig Hayden. There he is. He's our head judge. He was actually a judge at one of the first events out here. I believe it was the first Tahiti Skins event in the boat. And it would be, I know it might not be conducive to the event schedule, but it'd be great to get him on the morning show and pick his brain about what he has seen. He's judged a lot of different events. He actually keeps a lot of great records from almost all events. He helps do the draws. He's just been a really integral part of professional bodyboarding for about the last 25 or more years.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he was actually the head judge here for the first event, bodyboarding event here, the 2000 Tahiti Skins. So I mean, he's been around for it seems like forever, but obviously he knows what he's doing, because he's here again as head judge for the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge, and he knows what he's doing. That's why he's here. So we know that the judging will be on lockdown, and I think the competitors are also stoked to have him here.
Oh, they would be for sure. It's always great to have experience in the tower, and that little view was of a very experienced panel, of a very capable panel, and that's really an important part of any event, and it's a really comforting part of this event, knowing that there's guys in the tower who are very attentive and who are very professional in the way that they score rides.
Well, I mean, you have to be. There's not anybody in that scaffolding that is going to take their eyes off the water, because that's what this whole thing is all about. If you're just joining us, again, my name's Manny V, and with me is David Hubbard. We're going to be giving you the live feed pretty much for the entire event schedule. Each day, we're going to have a 30-minute morning show. We're going to have guests coming in. We're also going to have Eric Apple and Alex Leone. They're going to be out in the channel giving us some live feedback from their point of view, and that'll all be going down with the first day of the main event. We usually don't broadcast the trials. We use it more of a testing just to make sure all the systems are working. So we're really stoked to see that things are starting to come together. I'm pretty pumped on that. And we're also going to see how all the pieces are coming together. And to see that happening right now, I'm getting excited, and especially if the waves start to get, bigger and better.
Yeah, for sure. And, we did just see in one of those last rides, just a pretty hollow pit. Guys are getting shacked out there. I think the action as well as the conditions themselves are going to be getting better and better throughout the day. And I'm really interested to see who winds up being part of the 8 trialists that make it onto the main event. One of the reasons is some of these guys are going to have to surf 4 times, some 3, but they're going to be maybe sitting out in the boat or maybe, out on a boat several times. They might be wet humans almost all day, and to see the kind of fitness required to make it through also would be another advantage for the Tahitians. Hey, if they're used to being out in the water in a boat fishing or in a canoe paddling, they might be totally used to being wet. We got some competitors who typically surf in a wetsuit in their cold areas, and they're not going to be used to being wet for 8 hours straight.
And that for me, you brought up the Tahitians, and that's going to be one of the awesome things to see, because some of the top Tahitian bodyboarders are actually seated in the main event. And if the waves get big, again, being able to compete in your backyard, you already have that advantage. And after seeing a couple of the Tahitians and talking to them, I don't see them backing down at all if they have some of these stars in their heat, like a Mike Stewart. You know that these guys aren't there. If anything, they're going to go that much harder to be able to beat these guys in their own backyard. I mean, a couple of the names.
I'm really excited to see Tahure Henry. And this is his backyard. He lives just in front of the wave, probably about a stone's throw from the water's edge. His brother Hitoti Henry is competing today in the trials, wants to join his brother in the main event. Both of these guys renowned for charging this spot big, gnarly. He's actually, Tahure is on the event imagery as far as when you see that guy riding that wave, that's Tahure. And it's just a huge, heavy barrel. He's been riding this spot and pushing the limits, as well as Angelo. Angelo is another name of someone who is very renowned among all the Tahitian surfers, among all surfers who come to visit this wave and ride it. They all know these 2 bodyboarders specifically as guys who charge.
All right. Well, as you can see, the action is still going down in the trials, out in the water. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. We'll see you in a few. He brought sandwiches, didn't he? Yeah. And welcome back once again to the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and we are running through the trial rounds. Rounds number 1 complete. We are coming down to the end of round number 2, and the conditions, once again, give us a lowdown on what we have right here.
We got some pretty decent conditions out there. It seems to be picking up, cleaning up, cleaner barrels. It's about 2 to 3 foot, occasional 4 foot backs. So what that means is it's about 6-8 feet on the wave face, and we've seen some pretty cool action thus far. We've seen Tahitians as well as some foreigners making their push to enter the main event.
Well, check this out. We got one of the top contenders who is waiting in the main event, and former world champion Ben Player. We caught up with him. Let's see what he has to say about this place.
So, like, to ride Chopu is totally surreal. I mean, when you're actually like out there when it's big and you come over a lump of swell and all you see is like the whole horizon is just black with this line of swell. Because what happens out there is it's so deep off the back of the reef that the swells are really stacked really close together. And what that creates is these really fast moving layers of swell. So when you get a set, it's just like running it, I don't know how fast, it's like, seems like 100 k's an hour. So it's just coming at you. It's so fast, and as soon as you see that big lump of water, you pretty much just got to turn and start paddling as quick as you can. And every single time you take off, you're like, oh man, I'm too late, I'm not going to make this. And like, you just got to, it's mind over matter, it's that kind of a place, and you just got to push down that ledge, and once you engage that rail and start bottom turning, and you just see this thing just standing up and just bowling around the reef, it's one of the most incredible views you could ever get riding a bodyboard. It's like the biggest barrel you'll ever get in your entire life, for sure, hands down.
Welcome back once again, Manny V here and David Hubbard for the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. And it's pretty challenging right now for the trialists because it's not the wave they've been expecting once they got off the plane. We've all seen those images where there's just, as Ben explained, this giant mound of water just dumping on the shallow reef. But what they're getting instead is 2 to 3 foot, occasional 4 foot wave coming in. It makes it, I mean, it's a fun wave, but it's not the wave they all came here to compete in. And as you can see on your screen right there, the competitors are not only looking for the barrel, but are now hitting the lip, which are manageable lips. And right there, you just saw a nice roll performed by the rider in white. And again, here's another rider going for a lip maneuver. But what happens right there, you can see it just hits that super shallow reef section and closes out. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how these trials unfold and who makes it out for those top 8 spots.
Yeah, it certainly is interesting, especially on a day like today. They want to maximize scoring potential. They're riding it way far in. You know, on a big day, you would never ride the wave this long and far.
Like right now, how deep is it right there?
Well, you can see there's almost nearly exposed reef as the whitewater gets up in it now. Where the rider is, it wouldn't be more than a meter or so deep beneath him as he paddles back out into the channel where the boats and the rest of the spectators are watching from. But yeah, you typically don't want to push it that far because if it's a big day, even if you get out of the wave at that point, if there's a big wave behind it, you're just going to get caught. If you get pushed over this reef, it's a term called getting lagooned. You wind up in the lagoon. Luckily, we do have wonderful water safety involved in this event. If someone gets lagooned here, they're going to actually be able to get a jet ski ride in, out, and around back into the lineup. And so they'll join their comrades in just about a minute and a half, minute 45 seconds sometimes it'll take for them to get back out there. But we are seeing people ride waves super far today because, like you said, it's not the typical classic Tuhupo'o, but it is contestable. So guys want to make the most of it, and they're trying to get as many scoring maneuvers and possibilities as they can all the way in.
And we saw right off the bat in the early rounds of the trials, we saw Roy, I believe Roy Overstreet. He was one of the first competitors who got lagooned and had to get hauled off of the almost dry reef. And they had to come all the way almost into shore, whip around, and head back out through the reef pass where it's a deeper water for the jet skis to go through. But I mean, it's happened a few times today where
It has. It has.
where the competitors had to get pulled out of the water because it was too shallow for them to get back out into the lineup. So
And I was actually pretty surprised that people are getting lagoon today. You know, I thought it was typically reserved for bigger days when it's just a little bit more intense. Personally, as a competitor, I would probably try to march back out across that reef. I would feel that I might get a 30 to 50 second advantage over the jet ski ride. But hey, if you get a free jet ski ride, you're resting most of that time. So sometimes they're taking that into consideration. Do I want to run on the reef or do I want to lay on the back of the jet ski? So we got some great safety officials helping us out. So we're very thankful that we have the opportunity to ride the waves as far as we need to.
Well, you mentioned about the time and energy being saved or lost depending on what option you take. What about the whole priority system? How does that fall into, let's say, you catch a wave, you get closed out on, and you get tossed into the lagoon. What would happen if you get back out on the jet ski and the priority? Where would that?
So in
come into
either
play?
case, whether you're paddling out from the very fringes of the reef in the channel, or if you get a ride, the jet ski is going to drop you off also in the channel. So in either case, you're going to have to re-enter the lineup. That's when they start noting your position in the priority sequence. So if you don't enter the lineup for ages, you're not entering the scheme of priority. But once you do paddle back out of the channel into the lineup, then you engage in the priority sequence, whether you start at the bottom or whether someone's riding a wave while you're paddling into the lineup. Those come into effect. There's a priority marshal keeping very close track of the riders' positions and the riders who have priority, checking if they're paddling, seeing if they're going to use their priority or not.
Okay, so on the judging on the scaffold out on the lagoon in the reef, there is actually I want to say boxes or flags or something that are hanging. So the competitors, I just got word they're boxes. So those colors, the boxes have different colors around the cube. So whoever has priority, that color will be showing, and the competitors can look towards the scaffolding and know who has priority. And talk to us about how you can use that priority in your advantage.
Well, certainly you would want to be holding your priority so you can catch the next best wave. That's about the best use of priority, is to ensure that you're on the next best wave. So sometimes if you're leading the heat, you're going to want to catch the next best wave so that the competitor who has a chance to overcome your lead doesn't catch the next best wave. That would be one way that you would use priority in your favor. But it's mainly, being able to have the selection and having wave selection be more in your power and not being at the whim of positioning tactics and what other competitors are doing. That's why the priority systems gives each individual the ability to choose their waves where they want to ride them.
So, but it can also work into your disadvantage if you try to hold on to that priority, waiting for a better wave.
Yeah, for sure. And then you stop riding waves. Certainly sometimes guys will drop anchor, as it's called, waiting for a good wave. The guys who don't have priority might be catching good ones on the inside and get good scores, overcome the person who has priority. So having priority, I always try to think of it as it's only good if you use it.
Yeah.
So if you're not using your priority and just sitting with it, it may not be benefiting you. It may be hindering you from scoring opportunity by the thought of, I need to hang on to priority. But it's very strategical, because if you use priority on a small wave, you're changing the rotation and maybe giving your competitor a set wave that's coming out next. So, no one has a crystal ball who's seeing into the future, but it is a very strategical thing.
I do have to say this is probably one of the coolest trials, because I believe this is we usually don't have priority system in the trials. We usually wait until the main event to start the priority system, but it's a good way to get these competitors into that rhythm if they do make it into the main event. And you can see right there, I mean, the tide looks like it's It's a little higher because I believe that reef would probably be exposed if the tide was a little lower. But these competitors, as you can see on your screen, I mean, you can see it's getting a little bigger. It's still not super blown out. There are some waves to get barreled on, do big maneuvers, but again, it's not your classic tropes that everybody has grown to love.
Yeah, but these guys are definitely stoked. Like you said, they're getting into the rhythm of the competition. You know, they're getting used to how the system works. They're hearing the speaker from the scaffolding. They're using those visual signals for priority. They're getting used to catching waves and getting scores. So there is an advantage to the trialists, you know, coming into the main event. Whether we surf that tomorrow or not, we'll see. But they already have one day of competition under the belt where they have advanced through heats. You know, the 8 trialists who make it onto the main event are going to have surfed 3, maybe 4 heats to make it there. So that's time, that's experience that they have out here that none of the guys in the main event have as far as in the competition.
Not only that, they're riding this high going into the main event. They like you said, they just surfed 3-4 heats and they're super pumped. I mean, they're not only in the rhythm of the competition, but they're amped.
Oh, they're stoked for sure. And you know, whether they're a local who's got their village behind them and their friends just rooting them on, or whether it's a visitor who's come, they're gonna definitely have that stoke where, hey, I qualified, I reached my goal of now I get to compete in the main event of this prestigious contest that I flew here to be a part of, or you know, if it's a local, of hey, is this my backyard? I want to represent, and they're definitely going to be stoked, fired up, and I would think that they're going to be fairly successful come the main event.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only the locals. I mean, we have international contingency here, including one of the youngest competitors from Hawaii, Tanner McDaniel. We caught up with him. Let's see what he has to say.
I haven't gotten to surf big yet, but the fun days I've had out there were pretty rad. Like, just super like sick takeoff, and it just like runs across the reef, and it's pretty much perfect. It's pretty. Definitely when it gets bigger, it'll be pretty hectic. I think I haven't gotten to surf it yet big, but I'm excited to. Yeah, hopefully get some, I don't know, just see how it is and just hopefully get some big barrels, maybe hit a big ramp, I don't know, just see how it goes. Could potentially see me hitting a bowl, I think so. I think if I need to score, I definitely could see myself doing it. This will be my 3rd year on the tour, like following it, yeah. I'm pretty excited about this year. It's gonna be pretty good, I think. Try to win the Junior World Tour. That's something I really want to do. This is one of my last years doing where I can do that division, so I want to do that. And then, yeah, just see how I go against in the men's division.
Joining us, this is the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. My name is Manny Vargas. I'm here with the very clean David Hubbard, and if you know who David Hubbard is, I am just as shocked as you are to see this new handsome guy right next to me, but you clean up pretty good, man.
Oh, thanks. My mother was definitely stoked to see her son's face. She hadn't seen it in quite some time. So.
I should have pulled up a photo of you, last week? Or would you trim down?
Yeah, just a few days ago.
Yeah, so he had a Fu Manchu beard almost all the way to his knees. So when he trimmed that down, definitely took off about, I don't know, maybe 15 years off of your age. So welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, and I was sure to donate the top portion of my hair to Pantene Great Lengths. You know, get that to some
serious?
needy children who need wigs. No, I'm dead serious,
Oh
man.
my God,
They
well,
wouldn't
I feel
accept
bad
the
laughing.
beard though. They didn't accept the beard, so I had to keep that. And it will be maybe I could auction that up to raise money for children as well. Let's
There
see.
you go. eBay. If you want to buy David Hubbard's beard, check eBay in the next coming weeks.
We'll see. See if it gets up there.
Wow, look at that. Is that the sun trying to creep through here in Tahiti?
I think so. I think there's a little break in the weather that we're experiencing. Hopefully it doesn't hamper the conditions, because right now these guys are getting shacked out there. Even though it's raining, there is cool waves to be ridden, and we've been getting really nice action for them.
Yeah, no, I mean, we started off the morning with similar conditions, no rain, slight little bit of sprinkle, but not a lot of wind. Look at that thing just creeping across the reef.
I think
there.
some guys got caught inside on that one, and that was starting to look like the tehupo that we want to see. You know, just a nice, clean, hollow shack, just roaring on through.
I think this is the cleanest it's been pretty much all day, where it's like almost sheet glass, and the swell is definitely picking up. It's definitely almost, 2 or 3 feet bigger than what we saw in the morning.
Let's check out water safety. Going and getting these guys. They need a lift. They're going to get picked up. There's one guy deeper. He's going to get on next. And, that set did clean him up. I think we are seeing this approaching swell doing the increase that we've been expecting. And this is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, we had a meeting yesterday about safety and how to get on the jet ski and how to hold on, and it was pretty interesting to see that a lot of the riders have never been on a jet ski, let alone the rescue board on the back of one. So it's pretty cool to see. You would think it's easy just to get on and go, but there's actually a technique that the rescuers, the jet ski drivers, really need all the riders to understand. And I mean, there's a process.
And that's certainly the case here. This is a wave where there could be terrific consequences if the situation gets gnarly. So we have an amazing team of water safety professionals, several jet skis ready to make pickups if situation gets critical. And also, too, the technicians present, not only the pilot of the vehicle, but somebody on the back, if needed, they're going to grab the individual. So they've run through all the scenarios possible. They've done this before. This isn't their first rodeo, and they are here to protect the competitors so that the competitors have that frame of mind where they know that they can push the limits and they can go for it, and that their back is going to be protected by these guys.
Yeah, as you can see, some of the competitors right now, we are running through the trials today. And again, we wanted to get our systems going as far as the production and the live feed and everything. So we will have the live scores come main event round 1. We will have some replay. We will have all the goodies that come with the APP World Tour live broadcasts come the main event. But until then, we're going to make sure that all the systems are working, all the screws are tightened on everything till that point. So we're stoked to be able to see the trials today. And look at this. It is getting bigger, and it is looking clean. Look at this thing. Woo!
Yeah, I'll tell you, these size of waves weren't out there this morning when the fellows and I were practice surfing. Maybe 1 or 2 sets kind of similar came in, but these waves are they're marching on into this lineup, catching guys off guard like we seen that last set. A couple guys getting caught inside, and we're seeing the wave size escalate. Now it's looking about 10 or 12 feet out there faces.
Yeah, this I think you just saw the rider in blue, Sean Peterson. He ended up in second at the Shark Island Challenge last year. So he's stoked, but you can see him hit his board at the end of that wave, knowing that it looked like it was going to be a big wave, but there was nothing really behind that, not a barrel. There was not a lip maneuver. He did a spin, but you can tell he's a little bummed out on that wave as far as his score, which will not be that high. Again, we're going to be having live scores. We're going to have your replay. We're going to make sure that everything's in tune. We're going to have Eric Apple out on a boat in the channel to give us some live interviews. So it's going to be going down come the main event round number 1, which may go down as soon as tomorrow.
That'll be so cool. That's the moment people are waiting for, as far as they've traveled all this way. We've gone through the opening ceremonies today. We're doing the trials. We're prepping everything so that our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted, so that tomorrow we get an incredible show. Here we're seeing guys do bow flips off the back after cool little cover-ups, and this is just a great way to start our event this year of the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge.
I think these are some of the best conditions we've seen thus far today. I mean, the size is getting bigger. We're starting to see a little bit more cleaner waves come in, and the riders are finally get these deep barrels, and they're also going to hit the lip on some of the bigger waves, hopefully. Here's another look at, it's a smaller wave, but he's still got a little quick in and out spin right there. And right there, It's maybe 3, 4 feet deep.
It's so shallow. Even right at the conclusion, if you didn't cut out right there, it would have been almost a dry reef. That did look like Cristobal from Chile to me. So it does look, my best guess is that we're in heat 2 of round 2 right now, showing you live action. We're stoked to be able to bring you a few angles. There we see the jet ski having to get terrifically close to the inside, but still being able to operate out. Great wave out the back. He squeaks through. Could this be you riding's? Oh no, it's Sean maybe. Maybe it's Sean Peterson.
Yeah, this was Sean Peterson once again getting a nice little cover up right there. And the way he was able to make it out of that barrel, you saw him come out of that tube really high up on the face of the wave, where the wave actually was closing down. And who's this in the
Yellow is Mike Jaggett.
Yes, that's my boss over at U Riding, the creator of U Riding. He is a brainiac, and he loves being out here right now. He was so stoked to be out here at Chopes, not only to figure out how to implement the new U Riding scoring system, but look at this. Oh,
Solid
my.
waves out the back. The new swell is approaching. Guys getting covered up. This looks like the bald Casabianca.
Oh, that was insane. We're gonna have Sean. We're gonna have Mike in one of these morning shows to talk about not only the game but his experience here, because this is his first time in Tahiti. Not only in Tahiti but competing in the Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. So, running down, we do have Sean Peterson out there in the blue jersey.
And this is great, you know. What a great way to kick off the event with trials like this, with the increasing swell, like you said, conditions improving, swell increasing. Guys are just getting to get their fins wet out here and progress through these few rounds. And we've still got a couple hours of competition. We need to make it all the way past the quarters to that death heat that you keep talking about, that repecharge, to get the last 2 placings so we can get those 8 trialists. That's all going to be happening today.
I mean, these riders are going to be competing pretty much all day if they want to get into those top 8 spots. And to do that, they need to be fueled with, they got to make sure they got food in their system, they got energy, just like us. I know the word is out that we do have our fuel coming to us. Look at that big invert. He was super deep, and he had no choice whether to cut out or hit the lip and to come out, and he pulled it off. So we're going to see big maneuvers like that come the main event. But you know what? I'm really stoked to see it here in the trials. That was amazing.
Crystal ball from Chile. That was insane. I guess there is a crystal ball out there in the lineup that people are seeing into the future.
Yes.
We're seeing a little bit into the future. This is what to expect in the main event. That wave was closing out. He was deep, but it was a nice section. He was able to ride that quite a ways, totally showing control of that finished maneuver. Totally a complete ride. I would be shocked if that wasn't one of the biggest scores of the day by the Chilean.
That was a smooth, very, like you said, controlled invert. That was probably one of the better moves I've seen all day. Well performed, perfect timing, and landed out into the flats perfectly. So I hope he gets out there quick so we can see another big maneuver coming from the Chilean. Look at this.
Who do we got? Is this the blue Sean Peterson?
Oh man, he's gonna come out of that.
Out of that, kind of pinched a little bit, but he still successfully exited that barrel. Not super clean, but still a nice score for Sean.
But from that angle, it looked like he was in that barrel forever and a day. But he's stoked. He's heading back out right now. So obviously, coming in second at the Shark Island Challenge on the right. Obviously, he knows what to do on the left too. So it's good to see this guy utilizing his left-hand wave riding skills here at Chopes in the trial. So we're coming down to the nitty-gritty. If you don't advance out of this round number 2, you're done. If you head into the quarterfinals, you're that much closer to taking one of those very elusive 8 spots to go into the main event. So once again, talking about being fueled up, the riders need to be fueled up, and so do the commentators. We did give the word out to the guys who were delivering our lunch, and that I can't wait for that. The Tahitian food so far has been amazing.
Is amazing. It certainly is. It's just so delicious. Poisson cru is one of the signature dishes down here. And it's kind of like a ceviche, but it's served with coconut milk.
Oh my
it's
goodness.
raw fish that's been kind of cooked in
What's the name?
Poisson cru. And it's poisson is French for fish, and it's a raw fish that's kind of cooked in the acidic juices of lemon or lime, and they add a bunch of coconut milk and vegetables. It's really delectable. My mouth's beginning to water. Here's Cristobal Sharafia at it again.
Nice.
He's putting together a nice series of maneuvers there. And he's not
still
done
going.
yet. He's going to keep on going on this wave. That is so shallow. And look, he just barely got out. He just barely got out of that wave.
Okay, that was pretty sick. So we're going to see long waves, long maneuver. We're going to see a lot more action throughout the day as far as the trials. And the competitors are going to have to put together maneuvers if they're going to want to advance out of the trials. I mean, as you can see right there, if you're going to want to get one of those 8 spots, you're going to either going to have to get a super long barrel or do 1, maybe 2 big maneuvers to be able to contend for those 8 spots. So a quick rundown one more time on who those top 48 riders are going to be in the main event.
Top 30 APB, that's 28 of 2015's ranked riders met by 2 injury wild cards. Then we got 3 APB wild cards, 4 Tahitian wild cards, 3 sponsor wild cards, 8 trialists. That's going to give us 48 in the main event draw, 16 3-man heats, possibly coming up as soon as tomorrow morning.
Give us the lowdown on how the format is being set up for the main event for people who are just joining us now.
If you're just joining us, the breakdown for the format, we're just starting a new format here in 2016. Opening round 1, non-elimination, 3-man heats.
I love that.
16 of them, so it's a full day. We could possibly fit a little bit of round 2 in there. But what happens in round 1 is the winner of round 1 heats all go into round 3. If you place second or third in the first round, you will go one-on-one or man-on-man in round 2. And those who advance out of that man-on-man round will meet round 3. From there, it's just progression onward all the way to the finals, man-on-man the entire time. So what's great about this format, most of the venues will be able to do without time constraints is opening round, non-elimination, 3-man heat. From then on, one-on-one. Just 2 people in the lineup. Man-on-man heats the rest of the time. With our priority system, it's just going to be an amazing way to showcase bodyboarding in 2016.
And I'm crossing my fingers that magicseaweed.com, that's what the organizers here at this event are keeping an eye on. I hope that we do see a couple pulses to be able to see Chopu come to life. As far as being that big, heavy wave and seeing the top bodyboarders out there for some serious action. Again, we're running through the trial rounds today. Only 8 spots will be given away from the how many riders do we have? We had
at least 48 riders in the trials, maybe more.
And only 8 will be moving on to the main event. So that is where we are right now as far as look at this thing. It's getting bigger. This is what we came to see. You can see the rider in blue right there giving a shaka sign to the one and only. As you can see, the riders, I think that is the end of that heat. Now we're moving on to round number 2, heat number 3. Look at this, and the action is underway. Nice deep pit right there.
Guys getting shacked. That was cool. That might have even been JG Boards himself, Jared Gibson.
What?
Not totally sure, but JG did get a sponsor wild card, and JG is the initials of Jared Gibson, but he gave the wild card to Jace Finlay. Wise choice, but that just shows you that Jared Gibson's so committed to this Tahiti challenge that he is in the trials competing himself to join the main event, guys. Made it through one heat already to get into round 2. Let's see if he can make it one more or maybe 2 more heats. What's fascinating about round 2 is it's going to progress 10 guys into round 3, which we're calling the quarterfinals. 8 out of those 10 guys making it into the main event. So you got a pretty solid chance, 4 out of 5 chance if you make this round 2 heat.
Oh my gosh. So again, come main event, we're going to have those live scores coming onto your screen. We're also going to have another camera angle. So things are going to be ready for rocking and rolling in that main event. But if the riders can get out of round number 2 in this trials round, they're going to get that much closer to the main event. And that's what it's all about. If you can get into the main event, that's where you're going to be able to compete with the top riders in the world, including yourself. We have PLC in the house. We have Mike Stewart, Ben Player. I mean, the list goes on. Jeff, your brother, Jeff Hubbard, he's also going to be, he's here. And right now what they're doing probably is watching the live feed to make sure they know what to expect as far as if the conditions are the same as today. They're stretching, they're focused, and they're ready to put everything on the line. I mean, coming together for the main event, round number 1, that's going to be really, really exciting, and I can't wait to see that go down.
Yeah, I think it's going to be so great to see everybody hit the water, check their form. You know, I think that's going to be a really great way to kind of, you know, a little litmus test to see where everybody's at this wave. You know, and there is, you know, non-elimination. So if they come off not surfing a great heat in round 1, they can recover from that. They got round 2 to surf if they need it. Some of the guys are going to be showing us that they're ready to roll, boosting straight into round 3. And so we're going to see, you know, a nice way to kind of check out our whole field as a whole in that main event. I think it's going to just be awesome. Can't wait, really. It's going to be insane. But we're seeing some great stuff today. We're getting all fired up because the trials is showing us some radical action. We're going to be seeing some unreal riders progressing their way in. And the way it's looking now is that there's probably going to be a few Tahitians and a few foreigners joining the rest of the crew, you know, and there's already plenty of Tahitians, at least 6 into the main event already. Mm-hmm. So we could see as many as 6, or we'll see how many. We'll see how many more make it from the trialists. Yeah, I mean, if we see the Tahitians when the waves are big, you're guaranteed to see a show. I mean, these guys are. That's what they do, and it's for me. It's really. It's pretty awesome to see that when the waves are big, they're out here charging massive waves with there's no real reason to be out there except to get the biggest pit they can during the free surf. Whether there's cameras, whether there's video, it doesn't matter to them. They're out there charging some of the biggest waves they can. And if that happens, if big waves come and they're in a contest, I'm guaranteeing you they're going to do the same and make sure that every competitor that they're facing off with they have to make a run for their money. For sure. You know, I think they're going to be showing such prowess when it comes to that main event, those first heats. You know, they're going to be showing and proving themselves as the locals, and this is their backyard, and they want to show that they have the talent and the capability in an event to go all the way. You know, like they've had this event happen here just a few times before. You know, over the last 15 or 20 years, this event has only run 2 or 3 times. They've grown up with the idea of the Tahitian Challenge returning to their home, and they've been waiting for that opportunity. They want to crown a Tahitian as the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge champion. Will their dreams come true? We will wait and see, but we know that that is on the hearts of this whole Whenua nation of Tahiti who's here. And we've just had such a warm welcome This event has just been so well received. Such an amazing opening ceremony yesterday, and just the amount of effort that went in from the Vairau Surf Club, FTS, OPT, Air Tahiti Nui, and the whole support of the French Polynesian government that just really came together to make this event possible. And obviously Sparkgreen, getting the naming rights to this event, they came in a huge way. And they, at the opening ceremony, they got schools involved, musicians, really brought the culture of Tahiti and French Polynesia and really welcomed the bodyboarders in, because they've been waiting for the bodyboarders to come back. And, it's taken us a while. It's taken a lot of organization, a lot of help from all those entities that I just mentioned to bring it back.
No, I mean, I was doing some work in my room. Door shut, little AC going, but it wasn't too cold. But I was watching the local news for, I think I switched to 2 or 3 channels, and it was pretty awesome to see that on TV you had the event being promoted, and some of the top local riders getting interviewed. It was pretty cool to see that on TV while I'm working on some of the profiles that will be coming up in the main event. So they are totally embracing this event here at the end of the road, and everybody, including the news, were hoping that they get to see some of their best riders in the waves that they're the best in, which is big, heavy. And here's just another look at what has been happening over the course of the morning. Oh, and he's going through the lip. Nice roll. And may have pulled it off. Because of the angle, we don't really get to see that. But the judges, because they're in front of the wave, are able to see how deep the riders are and if the maneuver is completed clean or at all. So get in there, Dave. The producers obviously won't give you a chance to eat. But
it's all good. It's all
we've
good.
been sitting here waiting for the broadcast, waiting for the broadcast to keep going. But we do need to get some energy in our body, so we're going to give you this live action of the water in the channel to make sure you can get some fuel in you. So, again, welcome to the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge here at the end of the road. Teahupo'o. There you go. I've learned that if you just pronounce every single letter, it's just like Hawaiian. Tahitian, you just pronounce each letter, you'll be golden. But even then, it could be pretty tough. We're going to work our way through the entire rounds number 1, 2, and quarterfinal, and the repecharge here in the trials. So if you guys are with us, hang in there. We're going to have the live feed of the main event with live scores, replays, and all the goodness that we can give to you from Tahiti. This is Manny V along with Dave Hubbard. We're going to bring you the live feed. We're going to have Eric Apple out in the channel along with the morning show each day. Nice pit. Look at that. Nice slide right into the barrel. Coming out. Is he going to hit the lip, or is he going to cut out of there? And again, the judges are able to see what they did in that inside section, but because of this camera angle, it'll be a little tough for us to tell you. But again, we're trying to set up all the camera angles so you can see the best that you can get from this wave. So thank you for tuning in. We usually do not show the trials, but because of the conditions and because we want to get everything fine-tuned, nice big roll right there. That was amazing for our rider in the red jersey. And I knew I saw that beard look familiar. That was Jorge Colomer from Puerto Rico. So we're going to be able to show you replays in the main event. But for now, it's just a live stream from our nice, comfortable booth here. Again, the weather has been very temperamental, pouring down rain 1 minute and giving us nice little sprinkles the next. So we're hoping that will help bring in some of the bigger swells that are just on the outside of this small Polynesian island, one of which make up the Polynesian Triangle, with Hawaii to the north. We have to the east, the Easter Islands, and we have Tahiti here on the east side to make the Polynesian Triangle.
Even extending as far west as New Zealand. Sometimes people do consider New Zealand part of that Polynesian Triangle. But wow, what a rolo by Jorge Colomer coming all the way from Puerto Rico. We do have 2 Puerto Ricans in the draw. So cool to have Jorge Colomer and PJ Tartak. So radical. This is just so exciting to have so many international competitors coming to this Tahiti Challenge, which is, like we've been talking about, just so infamous. Even though it's only run a few times, it is such a famous event. So having the event here again in 2016 is so exciting and so radical for us. I do think we just saw a jet ski whiz by with our competitor in blue. It looked like Jared Gibson had gotten lagooned on one of his last attempts. So we got those 3 competitors in the lineup. They're waiting for Jared to get back out thanks to the jet ski assist. We've got a great safety team here, as well as medical attention offered on the beach. So if anyone needs it, has a little run-in with the coral, or doesn't get as much oxygen as necessary while underwater, they will be able to seek medical supervision on land. So we've got such great organization coming from the Vairao Surf Club, FTS, and all our sponsors, including the French Polynesian government, making this possible. Also, we want to thank Air Tahiti Nui, OPT, and Sparkgreen for this 2016 Tahiti Challenge, Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. This is just a historical event getting underway on this beautifully rainy day here in Tahiti. We've got the trials in the water. We're about halfway through round 2. We need to get through another 6 or so heats before we are confirming the 8 trialists who will be advancing on to the main event coming up as soon as tomorrow. We'll see. We don't know for sure, but if the swell keeps increasing, it could hold throughout the night and provide some pretty cool stuff for tomorrow. But we'll wait and see.
I know we're in round number 2 of the trials, and again, the top two riders in round number 2 go on to the quarterfinals, and that there will be one step closer to getting one of those 8 spots to go into the main event. But I believe this is out in the water. Is that correct?
I would believe so. It did seem like the rider in red was Jorge doing that cool bearded rolo. And I'm not sure exactly how far into the heat we are, but we are going to have all that information for you guys when we get to the main event. You'll have up on this side of the screen some nice
right there.
Some nice information for you. The the placings, wave scores, and the time. Probably going to be able to get that information for you guys tomorrow, but we're making it happen today, bringing you whatever we can as far as these trials are concerned, and we're stoked to get underway.
Yeah, I mean, the trials are just as important as the main event, but again, we use this opportunity to fine-tune everything so we can prepare for the main event, and that could be as soon as tomorrow. Again, what we're going to deliver for the next 3 days of the main event is a half-hour morning show before the event starts. Then we got to get underway with the first rounds of the main event, all the way up into the final for the next 3 days of the main event. So, again, that's where you're going to see the top riders from around the world go head-to-head with the wild cards of the APB, the Tahitian wild cards, and the sponsored wild cards, along with the 8 trialists that made it to the main event. Again, the conditions are looking a little better, and it looks like we're getting another round of rain that is marching in from the east. But that explains why everything is so green here.
It's a lush tropical island, so green and just the purest water. You know, we were just drinking the tap water here on this side of the river. Really limited vehicle access. You know, most people use a canoe to get around and boats further along on this part of the island. Water's coming straight down the valley, and it's just so pure, lush. And we're just living in a tropical paradise for the next couple weeks during this Sparkgreen Tahiti challenge.
I will not have any complaints for the 2 weeks that we're here, especially because we're seeing some of the best action here at this infamous wave, and we're in paradise. I mean, this place is amazing. I've been here a day and a half, and all I'm looking around, and everything's just amazing. The people are amazing, and the food is phenomenal. I really want to try that dish you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, the poisson cru. It's just really a classic, and sometimes you can just eat it with some uru, breadfruit. They serve it up quite magnificently here. Yesterday at the opening ceremony, they treated us to a little sampling of a fruit buffet, and they had all sorts of delicious fruit treats for us. Wow, that was amazing. That was just such a great way to be welcomed in with music and food and prayer and just the real whole cultural experience wrapped into an afternoon.
No, it was an amazing ceremony. And check this out. We caught up with Toby Player yesterday, and here's his thoughts on the whole everything. Check it out.
The world's best wave. I mean, it's a spectacle of Mother Nature. There's no other wave on the planet like it. Scare the hell out of you, and also just the raw beauty of the place, and just that contrasted against the ferocity of the wave. It's just an amazing place to surf and be. I'm at the first event, Tahiti Skins 2000. That was a wild swell. It was pretty big and messy, but there was some amazing waves during that event. Obviously Ryan Hardy won, and all the other guys gave it a massive nudge, and a lot of charging going on. That was a great event. And then the 2003 one, that was obviously a bit more perfect, more of a sunnier, perfect day, you know, picture perfect chopes. And yeah, both those competitions were amazing, and benchmarks in bodyboarding, so hopefully this event will be up to that standard too.
Green Tahiti Challenge. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and David is sneaking in some energy right now. We've been sitting in the hot seat for the last 5-6 hours, bringing you what we can from the trials rounds here at the event. We have the conditions are cleaning up. We're looking at about 4 or 5 foot now, when we started with 2 to 3 foot in the morning. Really windy, but now it's glassy, and the competitors are starting to put together pretty insane rides with deep barrels, and now they're hitting the lip. And we saw some pretty awesome. We saw an invert earlier that was insane. Plus, we saw the Puerto Rican Jorge Colomer busting out some of his big moves. So it's only going to get better from here on out as we wind down the trials with round number 2, the quarterfinals, and yes, that death heat, the rapid charge.
The replicharge. I think that might have been the last wave for Colomer in this round 2, heat 3, and he was able to complete a pretty long little tube ride there. That was pretty impressive. Didn't look super clean. Looked like he had to negotiate a fair few amount of sections, but able to just kind of doggy door it, as we say, kind of slip out in front of the tube right at the exit there.
Well, from this angle, I love this angle because you can see what the wave is actually doing. There's actually, it looks like 1 or 2 takeoff spots out there with the conditions and the swell direction. So if you're sitting a little deep, you may end up with a solid opportunity to not only get a long barrel, but also end with a big maneuver. If you're sitting off a little bit to the right of your screen, then your wave is going to be short, and you got to take advantage of that lip as soon as it appears.
Yeah, certainly. And we've got just such radical riders in the trials, as well as the main event, but such a radical group. You know, so many Tahitians who've been really prominent in their areas, in their local lineups, coming to make a push out here at Tehupo'o. One of them is just a local from right up the street, Hitoti Henry. He's the brother of Tahure, as well as a fair amount of really talented foreigners. We've got Australians, we've got people from Chile, as well as Peru, Guadeloupe, Puerto Rico, France. You know, just such a great medley of competitors here in the trials who are going to meet up with the rest of the crew in the main event. Hopefully we're going to see that action tomorrow, but we got to wait and see. Right now we're just focused on getting those 8 trialists on through.
Well, you can tell that the conditions aren't super massive. As you can see, some of the boats are actually anchored, and that won't happen if the waves are massive. So, you know, if the boats are anchored in the channel, you know that this isn't the real Chopu that we've all grown to love. But it is contestable, and it's imperative that we get at least one day out of the way from the 4 days of competition, even though we do have a window that's 14 days long. The organizers, the event organizers, don't want to have their back against the wall when they have to run the last 3 days, run the 3 days and the last 3 days of the window, because you don't know if it's going to be small or tiny or even non-existent. So the call has to be made. Yeah,
and from what we have seen on the forecasting, this is the best day to start the event. You know, it happens to be the first day of the event window. So we're starting, you know, and I think it's a great call because we got waves. It's contestable. We can get formidable competitors through these rounds into the main event. And, you know, let's see. Tomorrow might be the best day to start the main event. That would leave us, you know, 2 more days of competition and plenty of time to pick those 2 days, because we do want to see some of the best possible action, some of the best waves. And, yeah, as far as, like, what's logistically possible in a forecasted period, yeah, we should probably get through what we can in these 2 days during this swell that's in the water right now, that's picking up as we speak. Mm-hmm. And if it's hanging around tomorrow, yeah, get that main event run. And then we can see where we sit from there. That'll put us in a better chance to finish the last 2 days of the event with just some epic waves, which we're all hoping and just crossing our fingers for. And prayers or pudes were said at the opening ceremony. And I think, you know, some of those were involved with the ocean providing some of its magic.
You know what? I saw the spiritual leader, I guess I'll say, who was conducting the music. He was looking towards the ocean and doing this type of movement. So I'm wondering if that was like a prayer or calling for the waves. So if that goes through, then we are stoked that we will be able to see the waves that we came here for. Big, perfect, hollow, the perfect bodyboarding wave in my book. I mean, and if we get that, you're going to see the best riders in the world just absolutely going crazy.
Yeah, it's a show that we're all tuning in to see. We're all, whether we're here in Tahiti or joining us, thank you so much. But That's what we want to see. That's where these competitors, all the event staff, all the sponsors, all the spectators are really all coming together. It's a big it's a big community movement globally, locally, all for the result of having some amazing waves and rides out here at Tehupo.
I'm like I said, with PLC winning at Pipe, coming in on that high, and being able to see him throw down in chopes when it's big, it's going to be pretty exciting. But there's every bodyboarder that's here is out for that first place, very prestigious title of being a champion here, or the winner here in Tahiti. I mean, Ben Player, he's not going to hold anything back. Jason Finlay, he's here, and he's not going to hold anything back. So all of these top riders, they're all going to be ready, especially the Tahitian wildcards that are in the main event ready to throw down.
Oh, yeah. They've been waiting a long time for this, and I'm not sure how big the field was in some of the early events, if there was room for Tahitian wildcards in those events. So this could be one of the first events, well, certainly with this many Tahitians in it.
Yeah.
And so now the Tahitians have the opportunity. They're hungry. They're fired up. This is their backyard. They know this wave better than anyone. Definitely several of them do. And they're probably some of the most well-versed riders when it comes to this wave in particular. I mean, yeah, it couldn't be more exciting.
I always have to ask this question, but what if a Tahitian rider does win this event? Or do the Tahitians know how to throw a celebration party?
Well, that's something they are experts at, Manny, which is part of the sarcasm there. They are excellent at throwing parties.
So let's hope a Tahitian wins.
It would be a island-wide festival, and it would just be so amazing. It was one of the things at the opening ceremony that was brought up several times was the desire to have a Tahitian world champion and to have a Tahitian competing on the world tour. This would certainly catapult that individual into the ranks of the world's elite, and he would probably be able to garner the support necessary to follow the tour and start pursuing the dream that so many people here share of a Tahitian world champion.
That would be amazing, especially if, well, let me ask you this. We all know, we've seen the videos, and we know what they can do in the big stuff, in the big waves, big barrels, just giant waves. But then you got to throw into the mix, do they know how to compete? Because there is that fine line of, okay, do I charge that wave, or do I wait for the next one that's going to be bigger? Do I give that wave away even though I have priority? So my question is do they know? I don't know for firsthand that are they all also very good competitors?
So to answer that question, I'll bring up a few things. In 2006, the ISA had a World Games in Huntington Beach. Tahiti was invited, of course, and they brought 2 bodyboarders with them. One of them was Nai Oliver, and he is even the half-brother of Max Wasna, who's an integral part of this event.
Yep.
He is very skilled at competition surfing as well as riding some intense waves. So they do have the capability in competition. I will also say the FTS wildcard for the Tahitian wildcard, who they gave to the regional tour leader, Tahiti, most of the events that they have in their regional circuit are not at huge reef breaks. You know, they typically run at smaller venues. And so I would say that he, although he has capabilities on large reef breaks, he is very skilled in competition surfing and riding smaller stuff as well. So there are riders, and, you know, I would also list most of the other Tahitians as being versatile in that capacity. But it is a logical concern that that would be one of the areas to improve upon. You know, if they're able to show that they could win this event, then they would have to start honing some other skills to show up at some of the other venues that we do have on the 2016 APB World Tour.
Yeah, the only reason why I brought that up is we know that they charge. We know that they're really phenomenal free riders, and I've brought up this back in 2012. But we had these free riders who go out and get these videos, get these photos on giant waves, showing up to these contests in hopes that they can be at, let's say, for example, El Fronton when it's big, and to be in a competition. And that is going to, for some free riders, is a hard transition to not only bring in your free ride giant wave riding skills, but also understanding the criteria behind the judging too. I mean, what is do they know what the priority system and how to use it in their advantage? Do they understand that they really need 2 top scoring waves, and do they know how to use the time allotted per heat to use it and take advantage of that? All of these little factors coming into play for a big wave charger. That, if you can put that all together and being able to ride in a smaller stuff too, you're going to get a world champion from Tahiti, hands down.
Yeah, great point to bring up, because there is, you know, a big difference between free surfing, competition surfing, and just
Oh my! Look at
on
this
the live
thing.
action,
Sorry.
we're seeing a great
Oh,
wave
going
shape up.
through the lip. That was amazing.
Red going for that roll. Willie right out of it, and he's able to hold on. Gives it the claim. He might even ride into the lagoon for some
Oh,
reason.
so right there, how deep is that?
He was riding over nearly dry reef by the end of that wave. Here we see Blue trying to play a little catch up after that wave. But yeah, so great point. And one thing is when you're charging huge waves, you're not fighting against a clock. You're out there and you're surfing in long period swell, patiently waiting for the size of bomb that you want. If you want the biggest thing out there, you're going to wait for the biggest thing out there, and it might take you an hour or more. And so to condense your wave selection into a heat length is definitely tricky. I mean, you might be able to get yourself onto one, wave that you feel comfortable going and do your thing, but sometimes it's all about the backup score. And that plays a huge part in most competitions. If the riders in the heat have a comparable single wave score, it comes down to the backup score.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of little factors that come into play, but and they're different. I mean, it's going to be different from these type of waves. Like right here, the rider in yellow, he's going to pull it super deep, but on a bigger wave, and cleaner, he may have pulled in and come out out of that last section there. But I mean, you're going to have to figure out what to do on the smaller stuff like today and what to do when it gets giant. I mean, those are two very, very different things to work with. So we're hoping we get to see the latter, of course.
Of course, yeah. But, great point, and that is, part of what brings out a World Tour champion is being able to negotiate those different critical areas of competition, selecting the wave, making it through each and every heat, and completing rides like how Blue is trying to make it out of that barrel. Pretty tricky, but yeah, using the strategy, using your competition prowess, knowing how to handle certain situations. It's a tricky place to be, and it's it has similarities to riding big waves or riding a certain wave, but you have to deal with the pressure if you have the lead, or deal with certain external factors. There's just so much that comes into play that we give our World Tour champion so much credit for, in the past few years. And, what Jared had to go through last year to win his first world title was, a very emotional final event, kind of in his backyard. Now he's living in Puerto Rico, and that final event was just, at a place that he was very confident in his riding, and he's certainly an amazing rider. And he had to just deal with that very emotionally while he sat and waited to see if his title would be taken away from him, because he had the lead all the way going into the final day of competition. So all those things are very good points, very good things to bring up, very good interesting facets of our sport, and natural for us to think about them when we're at an event like the Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge, because we hope to have a champion crowned here that is just an incredible surfer of just amazing waves. Then we're naturally going to think, hey, can this guy go on to win the World Tour? If it's one of the previous World Tour champions, well, that question's already been answered for us. But if it's a Tahitian, if it's a new guy, young gun, or whoever it ends up being, if it's not a world champion, we're going to ask, okay, can this guy make a run? Can this guy do it for the rest of the tour? One just very interesting, name here is having Garth McGregor involved in the event.
Oh, look at this one. There you go. That's what's happening. That's pretty much what's been happening all day. Not only getting the deep barrels, but actually doing a maneuver, and two on the inside. It's how shallow is that right there?
It's so shallow. It's pretty much dry reef. Yeah, that's intense. So.
Oh my God! Look at that thing.
and we have waves just roaring through, growling through.
So sorry to cut you off. You were talking about.
Yeah, I was talking about GMAC from Newcastle. You know, he showed up, made quarterfinals at Pipe. Now he's here at Tahiti. I believe he's going to be in the main event tomorrow. And it's just like, he's got the support right now to maybe go to Arica, maybe go to the European leg of this world tour, and it'll be cool to see, you know, this barrel riding, just gnarly charger, you know, see what he has on the tour as a whole. You know, like he proved it at Pipe several years ago, getting one of the highest scores of the event. Obviously can ride Pipe, you know, made it to the quarters this year. I think this wave suits him here. He's really powerful fella, so he can get into these beastly waves and kind of match their power. I think Arica is a wave that also suits him. So it'd be great to see him continuing on the tour, waves like Nazare, even El Fronton, and seeing GMAC make a tour presence. You know, last year we only had one Australian on the world tour who competed at all the events, or at least most of them, and this year we have several. So it is cool to see the different individuals who make a crack at it, and sometimes it's just their time. You know, GMAC's been, you know, one of the early professionals that came out of Australia as just a shining star, getting sponsored by the surf companies when they were involved, you know, and that wasn't very recent. And he's still in this thing, and he's making the biggest push of his career.
I love it.
On the world tour.
I love it. And,
you know, this year.
I mean, Tahiti, Chopes is a perfect way for him. Arica, GMAC, he's built like a Mack truck. I mean, he's got that power, and he's able to, I can see him just sliding into some of the bombs here and holding it down without, you know, any worry. Look at this one. Deep pit right there. Nice. Comes out just under the lip. And now this is the section that a lot of riders are looking for. And the question is, do they have the time or the guts to hit the lip, knowing that it's like 3 feet deep right there?
Whoa, he goes for the rollo, and it's incomplete. Wasn't able to come out of it, and if he did, he would have wound up right on the dry reef, if not making it over the lagoon. But yeah, this is just a great way to kind of get everybody in tune with the event for the competitors, ourselves as staff, and just kind of seeing how this event's going to shape up. We're getting a little bit of a glimpse here. We're getting the start underway. We're seeing how people are handling this wave at this size. We're seeing the conditions improve. We're seeing the riding improve right alongside those conditions as it increases, and those sections for opportunity and scoring potential present themselves. I think if we do go into the main event tomorrow, we are going to have such a spectacular show. Regardless, we are going to have a morning show tomorrow at 7 a.m. Pacific time, or Hawaiian Standard Time, Tahitian Standard Time. So we hope for you to tune in for our morning show tomorrow. We're going to be doing it the rest of the event window, most likely until the conclusion of the event. The only reason we would take a day off is because we have some very important social projects that we're going to be involved in here in Tahiti. We're going to be involved with taking some school children out into the lineup. We've all brought boards and clothes to donate.
What lineup?
No. Into the water, but there is a lineup. There is a shore break at Teahupo'o, the river mouth, which is a lineup I was speaking of. But thanks for clarifying that for the viewers. We don't necessarily want to bring children out into Teahupo'o lineup. You're right. So, but also planting coral and a bunch of other radical social projects to show that the bodyboarders are really concerned about the areas that the venues are taking place at, and want to leave the areas better off and have a positive impact on the very special places that welcome us for our APB 2016 World Tour. So we are going to be able to fill you in with a little bit more detailed run of the results. We got Manny actually even filling in some of the names that are being given to us now, so we can let you know the heats that are coming up and the heat that's in the water. And don't worry about the scores and the rest of the time situation. That nice little information box will be available to you tomorrow, and when we do start the main event of competition, if it runs, we'll have to wait and see tomorrow. But we're looking to start that main event if conditions are permitting.
Well, it looks like the conditions are probably at their peak right now as far as the wind and the waves. Don't worry, we're filling in the heats right here on our own little sheet here. So, oh, look at this.
Guys are going for it. They're stalling, trying to get some wicked belly rides in that critical pocket. Whoa, that was treacherous. That was treacherous. And that's what's so amazing when it is this size. You'll have guys riding it all the way into that super shallow reef, doing some stunt-worthy maneuvers, and ending up for that rider specifically just getting stuck in the lip, dragged right over this razor-sharp reef, probably getting lagooned, potentially getting a jet ski ride back out. There we can see the driver, very attentive. He's keeping his eye on that unfortunate bloke and hopefully going to bring him to safety. Probably even he'll be able to finish off the rest of this heat if he didn't suffer any injuries. So we're now seeing some names that we got for the rest of the heats, and we do have the first few names trickling down into the first quarterfinal. Sebastian Kreft and Sean Peterson will be in the first quarterfinal. We'll let you know who's going to be joining them, but look at Red. This is starting to kind of shape up to be what we kind of know this wave for. We can see the wave size has definitely increased. You can see that there's a kind of a rib and kind of like a little bit of a side little lump going through that wave. That's some of the wind swell left over that's kind of wrapping around the point. Sometimes that works out to your benefit, and you end up getting just a nice tubular shack with that kind of push going through. Sometimes, as in that one, you end up running into the section in front of you and having to just duck out the back like our competitor in red did. And Tiavanui Dinard looks like he's also making it into one of these quarterfinal heats coming up. He's advanced out of round 2. I do believe we're in the 4th heat of round 2 at the moment. Hitoti Henry, Maranui Richmond, Paul Blas, and Tinihao Meng. And so what a cool heat we have here, because Paul Blas, very talented East Coast Australian, and we got a handful of local Tahitians. Maranui Richmond, to me, he's one of the most progressive, very talented local riders right now. He's very focused on style. He does a very crisp backflip, and he's just amazing to watch in any size waves. To me, Hitoti Henry, along with his brother Taure, are just some of the most intense chargers and just really balls to the wall, really put it on the line because, hey, this is their backyard. They know exactly what to do, how to do it. They've grown up watching and surfing this wave. So no surprise that they're ready to just charge hard. I would love to see Hitoti make another heat or two and wind up in the main event with his brother, Tahure.
And right now, anything's possible with these conditions. I mean, it's not really depth defined, but look at this. Definitely bigger than what we saw in the morning. But, I mean, the bigger ones look like they're just sweeping away from the reef, so there's not much of a barrel on the bigger stuff right now. But also the swell direction of this, what's out, the swell that's out in the water is making it a little difficult to get the bigger waves that are barreling and have a lip section, you're going to have one or the other, it seems like, on the bigger stuff. And that one looked like it just, there was just an open face and not much going on as far as the barrel and the lip maneuver possibilities. But again, thank you for tuning in to, if you're just joining us, this is the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. We have a contest window starting today to May 2nd. And we have 4 days of competition to run during those 2 weeks. And the event organizers always looking for the best days that are forecasted in the swell forecast to run those days. Today, we wanted to make sure we got at least one of those days out of the way, and it was the trials. The trials are out in the water right now. We have rounds 1, 2, plus quarterfinals and repechards in the trial rounds. We finished round 1. We are almost done with round 2. We are on heat number 4 of 5. And then we're going to go jump into 3 quarterfinals. And that's where it's make or break. The top 2 riders in the semifinals will get one of those very elusive 8 spots that are open in the main event. And then the 3rd place finishers in those quarterfinals will face off in the repecharge for the last 2 spots in the event, and we'll be going to the main event. So full day of action is going down right now, and we appreciate you tuning in as we are fine-tuning everything on our end. Out in the water is heat number 4 of 5 in round number 2, and you can hear the jet skis buzzing behind us. And obviously what happens there is some of the riders are taking these waves far too inside and get caught in the lagoon.
Yeah, and it's just like we keep mentioning, very interesting of this size that riders are going to go all the way into the dry reef. It's also basically because they want to maximize the scoring potential, and if they don't reach scoring potential on the outside, they're going to go until they find it, and that might be the closeout via shallow dry reef. So they'll take it as far as they need to, and if they want, they just slough themselves right over that reef into the lagoon, get a ride out on the jet ski. So
oh, nice roll on the inside right there. A little slow motion, and not, I mean, it wasn't the perfect roll, but it was something on the inside, and it was a maneuver nonetheless. And again, it's either going to be a maneuver or a barrel, and if you got a solid wave to be able to pull both of those off on one wave, your chances are looking really good.
Yep, we've seen some of the bigger scores come today. We're assuming from big lip maneuvers. We haven't seen too many barrels, but there has been a few. I would imagine those have gotten good scores as well. But if you can get a combination of the two, you're looking great. But otherwise, trying to get one that really stands out to the judges that they can deem was good, maybe even into the excellent range of their scoring potential. So let's talk about some of these radical wild cards we got. Do you know much about this Dean Fergus guy, Bodyboard King's wild card?
Well, we know that the wild card in the sponsor division was given to the sponsors, and they get a wild card into the event. And the Bodyboarding King wild card is this guy, Dean Fergus, which I'm sure you're going to give us the lowdown on.
Exactly, Dean Fergus. He's made a name for himself surfing here at Tehupo'o. And he's even been showcased in the Blackwater DVD. Very intense and informational documentary about this wave, Tehupo'o. And, one of the few bodyboarders that got in it. And, if you ever watch the video around him, he'll make sure that you're very aware that he's in the video. And he'll point it out to you, remind you a few times after. But it's worth noting, not too many guys were in that. And a very capable, very solid big wave charger, Dean Fergus, now running a secret Sumatra camp in Indonesia. Dean Fergus.
And so he's able to, because he's working for himself, he can sneak away and compete in one of the most prestigious events of 2016.
What a guy. What a guy. So we're stoked to see Dean here at this event. We had mentioned earlier that we were stoked to see Toby here, but let's take a look at Blue, kind of almost like a little wedge peak. Not materializing. He's out. We might be even into round 2, heat 5. That kind of looks like Martine.
I think you're right.
Morian. So,
Another round of rain coming in. So yeah, the screen, the screen on the TV, as you can see, it's been pretty much nonstop rain from a torrential downpour all the way to sprinkling, light sprinkle, but it's been nonstop all day.
it has been, and it's really rare down here in this tropical paradise to feel cold, but here in the booth, open air, very kind of wintry and just kind of rainy, wet, kind of Portland-like conditions almost, and a little bit chilly almost, I will admit, just slightly, but we're handling it. We've got our warm cups of Milo, and we're just sipping away, keeping warm. We got our socks and beanies on. Now, I'm kind of joking, but dreams can come true sometimes.
Yeah, this is the first time today I've ever been cold in Tahiti. It's just this storm just rolling through and the wind kicking up. And look at this, we do have a rider out the back, and I do believe this is the last heat in round 2.
I think you're right. We've got this rider in yellow just pushing the limits. I think he's going to take it to the very end.
Wow.
He just gets out before it closes out. So one of the things about this, let's check the score.
Hey,
we almost
whoa.
got
Don't get too close there. Don't get
score
too
update.
close.
But so some of these riders are riding it really far in. Manny, what happens when it gets bigger is that these waves will barrel all the way in until that closeout section. When it gets to that size, the channel is so defined that the closeout section begins as a right that's coming towards the left. So you have to get out before this very intimidating right-hander that's coming to you. And if you're, somebody gnarly, if you're, like a Lono Makanani, let's say, you're going to get barreled the whole way, and then you're going to air reverse the right that's coming at you. Very difficult to do, for sure. But apparently possible, and we've heard of guys doing that. I wonder if we're going to see that when the waves get big, if guys are going to get barreled and not necessarily hit it out of the barrel, but go hit the closeout. And wow, that would be intense.
There was one closeout maneuver that is just embedded in my mind, and it was Guillermo Temega in the Arica Chilean Challenge, I believe 2012, where it's almost similar as here, where you pull into the barrel, you come out of the channel, and you can paddle out, get back to the point. But he had so much speed coming out of that barrel where he went over the channel and reconnected to the same wave that was going to close out into like no man's zone. And he went for a big roll, landed, bounced, and almost like he survived. Let me just say that. He survived, but it was the most incredible things I've ever seen.
Super intense.
Yeah, super intense. And that's the kind of thing that I think may happen here in this event if the waves get big, because I know more riders are now, I want to say, in that crazy level of just going for it. So it's going to be pretty fun. I can't wait until it gets pretty big.
Yeah, we will wait and see if the conditions provide us with what we all are desiring. But right now we'll just continue to recount stories of the past, and we're going to be bringing you interviews with previous event competitors in the morning shows and others that will be bringing you wonderful stories just to get us kind of prepared for the event that we have on hand, which is a historical event returning here for the first time in 15 or 20 years to Tahiti on the world tour, and everybody's so excited. We just have a huge field here. I think probably about 75 or so guys in this event if you add the trials to the main event.
May have some action out the back again. This is looks like in red, Matorai, local Tahitian rider, pulling out. Not much there for him to work with, and he makes his way back out into the lineup. But yes, we do have a pretty strong contingent here at the event, and each one of the riders totally capable of pulling off a win if the cards are in their hand.
Yes, well said. If they have the aces in their hand, or the whatever the special card in your special card game, yeah, they're gonna be doing it. I know that the card game amongst the World Tour bodyboarding professionals nowadays is the game Psycho. I know I learned it here in Tahiti. Wow, look at that airdrop. We got White, which is PJ Tartak from Puerto Rico. He came with his good buddy Jorge Colomer, and they flew here, and they said, hey, we got to represent Puerto Rico. We got to show these guys that, we're an island nation that can represent as well.
And they've had a pretty good string of swells in Puerto Rico. They had a phenomenal winter, and for them to go from there to here to get some fun, good waves. Of course, they're going to want the classic chopes, but they're no strangers to getting big barrels and big pits. Here we go. We got another rider looking, slides under the pocket, gets a deep barrel again. The judges will be able to see what's happening in front of the wave, but this camera angle in the channel, we can only see so much. But obviously, he cut through the lip. Not much there for our rider in blue. I think that was Martin Meridian. So again, thank you all for tuning in to the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. Manny V here with, man, I'm still trying to get used to that clean-shaven David Hubbard. And you know what I'm talking about if you follow bodyboarding. He had a super long, how long was it?
It was about somewhere around my chest.
Yeah, full beard. I don't know how you grew that. It was, took 10 years?
It took about 6 years of growing my beard, and so it's a physiological process. I guess hair just grows. So when people are like, "Are you gonna cut it?" I was like, "Rumor is it would grow back if I allowed it to." So we'll just see.
But you look sharp. You look good, and we want to thank you all for tuning in here to the live webcast again. These are the trial rounds. We're going to be going into the main event, and we're going to bring you all the good stuff that come with the main event. The live scores, the replays, everything will be coming for the main event. So, Dave, conditions, not too bad, right?
Conditions are pretty good. We've seen it increasing, and even though it's a little blustery and rainy, I think that's keeping it nice conditions out there. I think it's side offshore. It's pretty glassy because the rain just kind of keeps holding that wind off, and swell's increasing. We've been seeing more barrels, more ramps, and we've been fortunate to get a good day of trials going to get our 8 trialists onto the main event.
I mean, it's only going to get better from here on out, and I'll show you what I mean right after this. This.
We ought to know originally we ought to know.
So like to ride Chopu is totally surreal. I mean, when you're actually like out there when it's big and you come over a lump of swell and all you see is like the whole horizon is just black with this line of swell. Because what happens out there is it's so deep off the back of the reef that the swells are really stacked really close together. And what that creates is these really fast moving layers of swell. So when you get a set, it's just like running it, I don't know how fast, it's like, seems like 100 k's an hour. So it's just coming at you. And it's so fast, and as soon as you see that big lump of water, you pretty much just got to turn and start paddling as quick as you can. And every single time you take off, you're like, oh man, I'm too late, I'm not going to make this. And like, you just got to, it's mind over matter, it's that kind of a place, and you just got to push down that ledge, and once you engage that rail and start bottom turning, and you just see this thing just standing up and just bowling around the reef, it's one of the most incredible views you could ever get riding a bodyboard. It's like the biggest barrel you'll ever get in your entire life, for sure, hands down.
Once again to the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and we are almost through with the trials. Here I think we are up to the quarterfinals, and again, out in the water we have our 3 competitors. Top 2 riders in the quarterfinals get a spot in the main event. It is crunch time.
It's super exciting. It's 10 guys are in these quarterfinals. 8 of them will make it to the main event. So right now they got a 4 out of 5 shot just being in the quarterfinal. But if they don't get first or second, they get a repecharge. They get another shot. We need to figure out which of the remaining 4 guys who get third place in the first and third quarter and the third and fourth place in the second quarter. We're going to pile them all up into what Manny likes to call the death heat, and only 2 of them are going to be advancing on.
All right, looks like the heat is underway. The rider in blue tries to make something out of that one. And again, 3 riders in this first quarterfinal. Only 2 of them will go into the main event. The third place contestant, yes, death round.
Yeah, this will be really interesting, and like you said, it's crunch time. These guys have been competing. They've surfed at least 2 heats already today. They've been sitting out in the rain or on a boat. They've been wet and just pushing through, but the conditions keep improving, and so they keep getting psyched to show what they can do so that they can make it onto the main event. And we're just waiting for some more waves to come on in. We're hoping that some nice cool sets go on so that we can get some radical action for you here at the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge, brought to you by the Vaira'u Surf Club, FTS, OPT, Air Tahiti Nui, and the support from the whole French Polynesian government, just giving us the green light and so many great avenues to accomplish this spectacular event. So, maruru nui, maruru roa to all the sponsors.
I mean, as cliche as it sounds, it wouldn't happen without their support. I mean, literally, without it, they're making it happen, and we appreciate that. And again, quarterfinals out in the water of the trials. We are going to go into the main event most likely tomorrow. We do have 3 more days of competition to run up until May 2nd. So we have until May 2nd to pick those 3 best days to run the rest of the event. And it looks like pretty good that tomorrow will be the start of the main event. So make sure you tune in. The next 3 days of competition, we're going to start with a half-hour morning show where we're going to talk to some of the competitors that have competed before, some newbies, and just as many interesting stories as we can get into the morning shows. Plus, we are going to have our live scoring system. We are going to have a couple more awesome camera angles, and everything's going to be dialed in for our first round of main event tomorrow, most likely. My bet is that we may get that first round of main event out of the way, as well as the trials here today. Again, Manny V here with David Hubbard. David Hubbard, you're in the main event. What are you doing mentally? And obviously, you're physically ready because now you're more aerodynamic to ride through the wind. But what have you been doing as far as being able to be physically fit to challenge this wave?
Yeah, just try to keep the fitness up. Doing a lot of paddling. Sessions where I have to paddle. Even just the free sessions out here, paddling from the point all the way out and back. Yep. That's a good distance, and so just staying fit with water time is what I've been doing on the physical realms with all the typical stretching I do and whatnot. So, yeah, mentally preparing has been just kind of just ignoring what's gonna take place and just trying not to focus on what could or couldn't be.
So when it's your time, it's your time. You're ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. And I think just being here in the commentary booth, I get to watch the action, and I get to not worry myself and wrap myself around like, oh gosh, I gotta go do this and all that. And so I don't really get to get too nervous or have too much anxiety about the pending heats. But yeah, we are really excited and likely to run tomorrow. So I mean, we'll just see. But hey, tune in at 7. We're going to have a great morning show for you regardless of whether it's on or not. And I think we would have some great action if we ran tomorrow. So I think you guys would be in for a very special treat if we got the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Pro underway.
I can't wait to hear some of the stories of some of the competitors that unfortunately didn't make it this far and just see how they feel about Tahiti, the event, and everything that's gone in so far in their experience here. Especially I would like to talk to the ones that have, never been here and see what they think. But guaranteed, I can see them saying the food is awesome. The people are awesome. And just, being able to ride waves in trunks, I've learned is you're very lucky to do that.
Yeah, it's a treat for sure.
Coming from San Diego, where I can get away without wearing a wetsuit, but there are days where you got to put on a 3-4 and suffer a little bit. But look at this, getting pitted in trunks, I believe. The rider in red, trying to force a roll right there at the very top of that wave.
Sebastian Kraft.
Oh,
he's been dubbed the Mike Stewart of Chile. He rocks a bald head, a pelota, and they say his tube style is slightly reminiscent of Mike, so that's why they've given him that moniker. But nice tube, kind of proving
there we go.
There's a nice invert, a rider in blue.
And
he's not done. He's gonna get a little cover up now.
Oh, nice.
Please don't do a move. Okay, good, because if he would have done something, dry reef, lagoon, guaranteed. So,
but
they're going to go for it.
There's going to be riders that are going to try to squeeze one more maneuver out of that wave come tomorrow or maybe even the next day if the conditions
or maybe even later the next heat.
You're right.
These guys, like you said, it's crunch time. These guys got to make it to the main event. I mean, if that's the difference between surfing another heat or not, I guess I can't blame them.
Yeah. No, this is it. If you want to end your competition today and make it to the main event, you got to end up in that first or second place spot. The next 3 heats, this is it. This is we're coming down to the wire of the trials with 4 more heats. 3 quarterfinals, top 2 riders go into the main event. If you do not get those first or second place spot, you go into the repecharge heat. First and second get those last 2 spots.
Yeah, and what do you like to call that? What's that one?
Death. Heat.
The death heat.
Yeah.
All right, it's make or break for those fellas. But right now, there's I guess it's a non-elimination quarterfinal. No one's out of the event yet in these 3 heats. So if they make it, they make it. If not, they get another shot.
And you know what? Considering with the weather and the winds and the rain, it wasn't a bad first day. It wasn't a bad trials day. It wasn't a bad day of competition, considering that we wanted to get at least one day out of the way, so we have some room to play with in the coming days. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the swell does overnight, see what the weather does overnight, and see what kind of beer I'm going to have tonight.
Yeah, I mean, there is a few now. It used to just be Hinano, but there is a couple to
Local
choose
beers?
from now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Hinano was the only one I knew of, but
Yeah, well, it's the most famous one, but the Brasserie, the brewery here, does make a couple other ones, and they definitely import a fair few. So green bottles have been popular down here for a long time. Heineken, one of the most imported beers, I think, globally.
probably.
But not supporting the event, so let's not mention them again, man.
All right. Well, I know Big Todd from Hawaii likes to put those things down. All right. Here's another look from the channel. We do have heat number 1 of the quarterfinals. So again, welcome. We are winding down the first day of the second event on the APB World Tour here at the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. And we are still in search of those 8 spots to go into the main event. And after this heat, we're going to know of 2 riders who will get those spots.
We're getting closer and closer, and this is a great round. Like we said, this quarterfinal round, not elimination. 2 make it, the rest go to the death. Heat. So let's see.
The Reprecharge Heat, that's going to be their last chance to get one of those spots into the main event. So, I mean, within the next hour and a half is when we're going to finally see who gets those 8 spots to go meet up with those other 40 competitors waiting patiently in the main event.
Yeah, and what do you think some of those guys were doing patiently to wait today? How many do you think are watching this trials, whether it's live here at the beach or on the web or on Tahitian television, or do you think some of them surfed and are just resting up? Do you think they're watching old bodyboard videos of Tahiti? You know, there's a lot of ways to do it.
I know Guilherme Tamega woke up at pre-dawn to make sure he had
So he might have got a nap in, is what you're saying. He woke up so early. We know that GT has missed the baguettes down here, the French bread, and he put down a whole baguette. They're about 6 feet long when you buy them from the store. 2 feet long.
No, he had 2 of those.
He had 2 18-foot long pieces of bread yesterday. He just went bananas. I saw him shoving some in his mouth again today. Here we got a nice long bottom turn, followed by a hectic spin.
Oh, I missed it. What happened? I missed it. Oh, my gosh. I'm writing down some names on my little heat sheet here. Did somebody just eat it? Oh, my gosh. Well, tomorrow, fortunately, we'll have the replay to show us exactly what went down and also the live scores, different camera angles. And I'm hoping the conditions stay. I mean, today the conditions weren't too bad. If the winds stay as they are right now, the day before they were really bad. It looked like a washing machine out there, victory at sea. Today, not as bad as yesterday. Crossing my fingers that tomorrow will be a little better.
And I think it will be. I think we've got, a good day of competition that we've gone through today. We've getting closer and closer to getting 6 out of this 3 heats. Very competent trialists, and 2 more are going to come from that death heat that Manny loves. And we're stoked, I think, today to have gotten a nice day to have the trials. Could have been far different, and it's unlikely to get 4 huge banging perfect days of Tehupo'o in 2 weeks. So, this is a good day to have the trials. And hopefully we get good days to hold the rest of the event. I think tomorrow will be a nice day to open her up with the main event. And we'll just have to be patient and be accepting of what Mother Nature hands us.
We have to. And tomorrow, you know what I'm bringing to our little booth here?
Socks and a beanie.
Yes, because I was cold the first time ever. Oh, wait up. Look at this. Is he going to come out of that? Oh, my. That was Sean Peterson, the Australian.
Does he get out of that? He just barely. And there's kind of that section I was talking about. You get locked into a sick barrel. you might have a hard time actually exiting once you get off it because it just wants to keep throwing. But that was sick. That was a radical pit.
That was a pretty solid wave choice. Got super barreled and came out of there. But so what would have happened if he got stuck in that lip?
He would have got tossed over, probably would have contacted the reef. He would have then probably got even pushed over further into the lagoon, maybe further getting drug across the reef in doing so. And then he would have probably had a jet ski ride come out the back. So, consequences increase with wave size, and that was a pretty good-sized wave for today, you know. We've been seeing these waves get bigger and bigger. There we have somebody cutting out pretty deep on that one. And if this swell does continue to increase, we're going to have a nice opening main event day tomorrow, but we will see and confirm that to you tomorrow after or during our morning show.
And that's what we're going to have pretty much every day up until the last day of competition. We'll have a 30-minute morning show every morning before the first heat of the day. And look at this. We have a rider up. I believe that's the red jersey. And I'm hoping that the judges have a better, they're really closer to the riders. Nice clean barrel, cuts out of there before that closeout section hits the reef. But the judges are situated right over the reef in the lagoon. You can see the whitewash all of a sudden just stops as it gets into shallower and shallower water. And the judges' scaffolding is pretty much right behind seemingly right behind the camera there. But they're able to see every single barrel and maneuver till the end of the wave, which is a bonus.
For sure, and I think the angle is also really important, that they can see how critical the wave is, the maneuver, and whether it's a make, whether the guy was deep in the pit, all those critical elements that they really need to analyze to produce as accurate of a score and depiction of the performance as possible. We see some of the next heat riders kind of preparing to go out, get in the mix, and this is beginning to kind of heat up as crunch time begins, and we see our first couple riders start to take a hold of those trilist positions. And especially Sean Peterson with that nice long barrel, I would not be at all surprised if he solidified a slot in the main event come tomorrow.
Well, I know for a fact that a lot of the riders that are not in competing and waiting for the main event, they are saving their energy, because if the swell does roll in and gets a little bit bigger, they're going to need all the energy they can, all the energy they can to be able to compete in these conditions. Look at that. Nice invert. Perfect landing on the face of the wave, and he loves that ride. This Martin Moradian from, I believe he's from the Caribbean.
Guadeloupe.
That's right. That was a solid landing, solid ride for Martin. Nice clean air. Lands. You couldn't land any better than that. He lands perfectly on the transition of the wave and was able to regain his rail and get out of there before it all shut down.
And he was super excited. He threw his arm up with a little claim, kind of letting everybody know, yeah, I'm in total control, and I just did that, and you loved it too. So, I think we've seen a few claims from those lip moves today, really showing that these guys landed the move, and they want to draw attention that they have control, that they're stoked about it, and I'm pretty sure that they're getting rewarded handsomely for those kind of radical maneuvers. Martin, he's in the second quarterfinal of this third round of the trials. If that is an excellent range score and he gets another backup, he might have himself a slot in the main event. We'll just have to wait and see about that, but we do know that the first quarterfinal has come to a conclusion. We'll get you the results of that and which two out of that heat are guaranteed into the main event, and which will have to migrate on into the death heat. One more shot at getting to tomorrow's competition.
It's interesting how this quarterfinal number 2 worked out. We do have 4 competitors out in the water, and only 2 of them will advance on, but third and fourth will go into the repechage. And then we're going to go into quarter number 3, where there are 3 riders, and that's where you're going to see Cristobal, you're going to see Teamo, Raihau, and PJ from Puerto Rico coming up next in quarterfinal number 3. So that will be the last quarterfinal. Again, the top 2 riders in these quarterfinals get those very exclusive and very hard to get spots into the main event. Here we go, rider in blue. Oh my, that was nice.
Another invert.
Woo!
Let's see that arm.
You think he's going to claim it?
I think he's getting lagooned.
Well, for sure he doesn't get extra points for claiming it, but look at this. And I'm thinking, squeezes out of that little pinch at the end of that wave, so that was a solid little barrel.
Was that Jean-François? Was that Jeff Denoy?
No, I don't think so.
No? That was Hitoti.
Yes.
That was Hitoti.
You're right. Look at this. Coming into the lagoon.
He's coming in.
Coming into the lagoon and trying to get a ride. He's going to get a ride from the jet ski. That is going to cost him time, but it won't cost him energy. If anything, he gets a little rest as he gets on the back of that jet ski and gets pulled all the way around. Look at these sets. These are some of the biggest waves we've seen so far today. This angle right here does not give it justice, but these are These are some of the bigger waves we've seen so far. And clean. That's key right there.
Yeah, key to have clean conditions along with solid swell, and I think that is what we're beginning to see.
And there we go. Look at that. That's the jet skier standing by to see if he has to pick up anyone else. How many jet skis do we have out there? 2 or 3?
3 or 4.
Okay.
I think we got a few. I think there's one on the inside of the lagoon at all times, or unless they're operating somebody out, and then 2 or 3 out the back in the channel.
We're probably going to hear the zipping of the jet ski behind our little booth here.
And Martin getting the ride. We can see him behind us. He's on his way back out.
That was a solid air, though, from Martin.
Yeah, better than his first one. So I think he's got 2 nice scores now.
Landing out into the flats and pulling it off, riding into the lagoon. That was, he's looking really good to be able to get first or second out of this heat, but it's not over, and anything could happen.
Anything could happen, but Martin has played the upset before. He's had some amazing heats. He definitely did in Nazaré, 2015. Some of the highest scoring rides and heat totals of that whole event were from Martin, and he's made the final of the drop knee at Sintra against myself last year as well. So a very versatile, very talented rider, and we see Martin representing Guadeloupe and showing off his prone skills here in Tahiti.
Yeah, we've seen a ton of riders coming out of the Caribbean. Puerto Rico, obviously we have 2 riders that are, we know PJ still is in the hunt in the event to get one of those main event slots. And we know of Jeremy Lovestock from Aruba. There's a few riders coming out of Aruba that made a pretty strong showing on the Professional Bodyboarding World Tour in the years past. And we'll probably see them in a future event as well. But Puerto Rico is very strong contingent. And we do have Guadeloupe, obviously. Martinique has a few bodyboarders that love to throw down. And we're still waiting, hopefully, to see some riders come out of the Dominican Republic. There's a strong bodyboarding community down there. So it's going to be pretty fun to see some of those riders come out, hopefully, into the big show.
That would be awesome. That'd be great.
So again, welcome. This is it. We're coming down to the last day of the trials, the last few heats of the trials, and we're in quarterfinal number 2. We have quarterfinal number 3, and we're going to end the day with the repechage. Manny V here with David Hubbard. David throwing down some of the some of the real true, I want to say feelings, but that's a little soft. But he knows what it takes to be out there. He's actually competing tomorrow in heat number 2 of round number 1 of the main event. So that's going to be really exciting. I think you'll be here for the morning show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, why not?
So we do have a morning show for the next 3 days. Well, for sure for the next 3 days. But we're going to have a morning show before the start of each day's competition. And if there's not a competition, we'll still have the morning show, and we'll get the final call from Eric Apple and Alex Leon, who will be out in the channel on a boat. So for now, winding down the trials. Your thoughts on the conditions for the trials, day number 1 of this event?
I think this is cool. This is a cool day for the trials. Obviously, everyone would be super stoked if it was just massive and huge and pumping just every day, but planet Earth doesn't really work like that. And this is what it offered us up. Mother Nature provided us with totally contestable waves. We're seeing some great moves happening. We've seen some cool barrels. So this has been a great showcase for the trialists to prove their stuff. And we're going to get eight good trialists making it on into the main event. This has been a great day so far.
Yeah, I mean, the main event, the 8 competitors who will be going on to the main event out of the trials, they're going to be facing off with some of the best bodyboarders in the world, including some pretty incredible wild cards. 6 Tahitians. We have Toby Player. Ben Player and Toby Player will be competing in the main event. That's going to be pretty exciting if they end up in the same heat. Who knows? We do have 3 sponsored wild cards. Dean Fergus, the Ackerman, and we do have Finlay, who are also representing the sponsored wild cards. So it's going to be very, very fun to watch. I mean, Jason Finlay, no stranger to big waves. He won Fronton, I believe, in 2012, I believe. 2011, I stand corrected. But Jace Finlay, he's going to be in the main event tomorrow. So, I mean, whatever you do, get the word out that the main event is the you don't want to miss it. That's what it comes down to.
You certainly don't. I'm really excited to see if Hitoti Henry makes it out of these trials to join his brother, because then we could have 3 sets of brothers in the main event. And
Which
I don't
are?
think those would, so it'd be the Henry brothers, the Player brothers, and the Hubbard brothers.
Yeah, that would be epic.
That would be unreal. And there could be even secretly another set somewhere in there. We'll have to scour through the total results and the total draw. But I think that'd be awesome. I don't think that's been in too many events to have a few different sets of brothers competing all in the same division.
What would be awesome is if they were spread out in the draw and they all faced each other, through the main event. Brother.
Yeah, if they kept progressing and had man-on-man heats versus each other as the event concluded, would be amazing.
That would be sick.
We'll see.
Yeah.
But just cool stuff here, exciting possibilities. We're just letting our imaginations run away with the incredible opportunity that we have here at this 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. As the trials continue, we're starting to catch glimpses of who will be in the main event, competing maybe tomorrow. You'll have to tune in and see. But we've got an incredible run of days just waiting for these waves to produce us the conditions we need to give you guys a show.
Oh!
Martine.
What happened there?
So he slightly over-rotated on the landing, and he was just leaning a little bit too much on his outside rail and just got a little more bucked than I think he was anticipating. I think he anticipated just a little bit smoother of a landing. I think that's Hitoti. What's he going to do? He's
oh, no.
got
Get out
plenty
of
of speed. He opts to dive out before the wave ends up on that dry shelf.
When the live action ends for the day, it doesn't have to end for you. I mentioned it before, but uriding.com. Go to your app store, download the Journey bodyboard game, and you'll be able to compete at Chopes just like the pros, but on your phone. uriding.com. Look for it in your app store, and we do have pretty cool prizes. And the collaboration between the APB and uriding is going to be pretty fun this year, where you can ride the actual wave the pros are riding in the video game. That's going to be pretty fun to see who comes out on top as far as the international players are concerned. So we know Yuri from Brazil has been holding it down on some of the free ride games, and which is also a part of the new the Journey bodyboard game. There is a free ride option now to go around and ride all kinds of waves free ride. Here we go, back to the action. In yellow, that is Hitoti. Man, we're gonna have like I said, we're gonna have different camera angles tomorrow, and hopefully a squeegee for camera 2 out in the channel. A little mobile squeegee, and maybe a napkin for David so he can finish eating while we're. This is it. I mean, we're coming to you live and direct from Tahiti, where we have to. You can chew. Where we have to eat on the fly. It happens, but yeah. So we're gonna bring you the main event most likely tomorrow. I can see her jaw now. It's weird. So, but yeah, make sure you tune in tomorrow and play overnight on uriding. You can buy the jersey with all the same logos as the Jogies. So make sure that you don't miss any of the action when it comes down to the main event. Yeah. So. All right. Looks like we got the next heat ready to go. Actually, no, that was yellow Hitoti making his way back to the lineup.
Hitoti making a go for it. He caught that last one right after that other one. We saw him duck out of that wave. He quickly got back out into the lineup, and really impressive to see his use of the lineup and just paddling. He knows this lineup, so he's able to get right back out in position, right back on another wave, really, really fast.
And that's what I've noticed at some of the last events that I commentated, is that the professional bodyboarders are now at that level, and I've taken it into my free surf too. It's like you catch a wave, you should be at that conditioning where you got to get back out to the lineup as fast as you can, not only for priority reasons, but to be there if a set, let's say a 3-wave set comes and you're that 4th rider, and you're not out there, you're going to miss that 4th wave. So getting back out to the lineup, definitely, it's one of those criteria as a professional bodyboarder.
At the same time, you know, if you expended a lot of energy and then your paddle out's like a little bit harder, but you don't want to paddle out so you can take a break. Mm-hmm. You want to paddle out, like you said, so you can catch the very next wave. So you might be catching a wave, riding it, and then stroking your hat off, and then getting right into another wave. And you got to be ready for that, you know? Yeah. You got to be ready and have the conditioning and be ready to ride multiple waves and paddle really hard in between them.
Yep.
And make the most of these heats, you know? They're only 20. You know, tomorrow's heats are probably going to be 25 minutes in that first round. But, you know, every minute counts when we're in the ocean and there's only a limited supply of waves coming through during that window.
And it looks like we're having a limited amount of sunlight remaining, or light, I should say. We haven't seen the sun all day. If anything, we've seen a ton of water that would save San Diego from its drought. But look at this, out the back. Nice, clean bottom turn, but realize it's just going to gurgle on that dry reef and decides to cut out. I want to say that was the rider in blue, Martin. Once again, Martin's a perfect example. I mean,
he's been on a lot of rides this heat.
Yeah.
And so has Hitoti, and we haven't seen a whole lot from Jared or Teavanui, but they're active. They're still wanting to get that spot in the trials, and even if they don't make this heat in particular, they're gonna have the repecharge. So, I mean,
that's their last chance.
Last chance.
Can you imagine getting 3rd and 4th in the repecharge, going all day, going through heat after heat? and barely missing out. Look at this, rider in yellow. Yep, that's nice. Hitoti.
Nice roll from
Oh,
Hitoti
no.
Henry.
It looks like he's gonna
pushing
go
it
for
all
it.
the way to the inside. He kind of tucks in.
Oh,
Tries to even kind of scooch under the chandelier to exit. Incomplete end section. We got Red out the back doing a swivel swerve out of the pit. He's going to keep going. Maybe even bank a little fun bit off the end bit.
it looked like he
And-
wanted to do something, but the wave just died on him. That was
Yeah,
Tea.
and looked like timing was an issue as well. So I think that was Teavanui Dinard. We will see who can make it out of this. I don't think there's too much time remaining until we get into the final quarterfinal of this round. We got three really talented riders coming up next. I think this next heat's going to be terrifically interesting. Rejo, the local, taking on Cristobal and PJ from Chile and Puerto Rico, respectively. And I think that's going to be a really exciting one. I think that would end up being pretty close on paper. That looks like a pretty stacked heat.
Well, we saw what all these riders have done so far, especially Cristobal going big in his last heat. So, no, definitely a stacked heat for this last quarterfinal, which is coming up next. But right now, taking a look, pulling back, look at that, just gaping on the reef.
Whoa.
So, back on that 2002 Tahiti event here, Guillermo Temega pretty much was proof of what could happen if you go all in on these maneuvers in the shallows. Cut his leg open, had to get lifted to the nearest hospital. I mean, it's definitely a possibility to get really hurt here if you're not careful.
Oh, for sure, and it does happen quite often. And this reef has taken a few lives. There has been fatalities out here, and this reef is no joke. Plenty of broken skin and broken bones, open flesh, and yeah, unfortunately, a few lives as well taken by this very treacherous, but infamously critical. Beautiful wave that we do have, the Sparkgreen 2016 Tahiti Challenge at.
Te Hupo'o.
Yeah, and you know, people call it chopes because the locals say it so fast
Yeah.
that they started thinking that's what they were hearing. But for a local, if you're saying the name of somewhere, if it's your village or if it's one of your local spots, you say it so often, you start meshing a lot of those sounds together. Even though the speaker might be saying all those sounds, the listener might have a hard time, especially a foreign ear, might have a hard time to hear all those letters.
And it's I hate to say it's a little easier to say.
Oh yeah, certainly. It's just one syllable.
Yeah, but you try. I mean, you
Instead
try.
of four, so
and
yeah.
I tell when I travel or when I travel with groups, I always say, if you try, that's the least you can do is just try to speak the language when you're in their home.
I would agree. It's definitely appreciated here.
Welcome once again. We are winding down the trials. A full day of action has been going on all day, and we're winding down. This is quarterfinal number 3, and then we have one more heat. Actually, number 3 is coming up, and we have the rapid charge, the last heat of the day. These riders out here are looking for the last spots to get in the main event, and coming around that entire section only to cut out. That was
Hitoti Henry, I believe.
okay.
Looked like
Hitoti.
our rider in yellow, making his attack. He wants that spot with his brother in the main event. This is his backyard. He grew up not more than a kilometer from this wave, and I do mean even the water itself. Like, he lives very close to the beach, right here, very near to the point. So maybe a kilometer or a mile, like, from where he sleeps to where he is right now in the lineup.
That's amazing. It's kind of, it's like country, you know. It's like it's full. There's nothing really out here except for like a tiny little restaurants. But otherwise, you're just surrounded by ocean and big lots of land with small houses on them, and it's pretty. I love it. It's you got that tropical kind of a just I want to say North Shore feel, but that's kind of lost a little bit of its charisma with just a ton of traffic now. It's crazy.
It is crazy. Something hard to have traffic over here with the gate that limits vehicular access, and you have to drive across a whole raging stream river with a 4-wheel drive to even get to where we are physically right now. So I don't see traffic becoming an issue over here anytime soon, unless it's out in the water with the boats. We can see the channel even on a day like today, which is not spectacular by these standards here in Tahiti, is pretty full channel today.
Yeah, I think there might have been 8 to 10 boats. I seen some stand-up paddleboarders paddle out, some jet skis,
Kayaks, canoes, swimmers.
and this isn't even the massive chopes that we all came to watch. Although we have been seeing some pretty good action throughout the entire trials day of competition. We're coming down to the wire, 2 more heats, and we have just a few more spots remaining, a total of 4, with heat number 3 of the quarterfinals out in the water, and then the repechage. And it's gotten better throughout the day. I mean, there's a little awesome glassy, little bigger, perfect waves for about an hour, and now we're back to, it's still a little wonky out there, but still contestable.
Certainly is contestable. We're seeing barrels, we're seeing lip maneuvers, and occasionally we'll see an open face maneuver on the face as well. But yeah, totally contestable. These guys have done great to make it this far, and just being in this heat right now, they got a 4 out of 5 chance, 8 out of 10 opportunity. And if they don't get first or second in this heat, they go on to the MV Death Heat.
And that's the heat, I would not want to be in. Because you competed in all day. You end up in the repechage heat. Only 2 of the 4 get those last 2 spots to the main event. Is there any consolation prize or anything for 3rd and 4th?
Well, I would say that they would be first and second alternate for the main event. If someone had to pull out, we do have a pretty solid, once we're looking at a 48-man draw for the main event. So, hey, a lot could happen between 50 blokes in 24 hours and a small population of that many guys. Something could happen. Hopefully it doesn't, but they would be first and second alternate, respectively.
Plus, they got to ride this wave with only a few people out pretty much all day.
Yeah, definitely.
Which I wouldn't mind doing. Imagine being out there with 3 other people all day.
Yeah, you'd be stoked.
Even in these conditions.
Yeah, you'd be stoked.
Chopes on a bad day is...
most places on an epic day.
Exactly. So, yeah, maybe that is their consolation prize, too.
Yeah. I think they're getting tons of press from the local media. It's a great day for them. They're stoked.
Nah, I mentioned it before. It was pretty cool to watch the news last night on a couple channels. There was, I think I don't know the channels, but we watched the news, and they were covering the event, and it was pretty cool to watch, the bodyboarders, the local Tahitian bodyboarders talk about the event, and to watch their highlight reel in massive waves. It was pretty cool.
Wow. It would have been. Certainly would have been.
All right. Again, thank you all for tuning in to the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge.
We've got quarterfinal heat 3 in the water.
They're testing things.
Out in the water, we have quarterfinal number 3, and this is it. The last quarterfinal. If you get first or second in this heat out of 3, you get to go into the main event where you face off with the big dogs, the top contenders on the APB World Tour, and the wild cards.
So I'm going to make a big claim, even though we haven't totally heard official results. I'd say that Sean Peterson and Martin Meridian are into the main event. But we will have confirmation of that for you soon enough. Here we're seeing our rider in blue, PJ, make a little barrel, a little bit of a clampy section, but he continued on. Now we're seeing the videographer's knee and foot. Very healthy looking individual. Staying stable on that boat all day, not easy. So we give all the camera angles huge props. They're doing great. We got boat drivers taking care of them too. Here we got Red looking for an air reverse off the back. It was Cristobal, the high-flying Chilean, who showed us a few beautiful invert and Rolo maneuvers in his earlier heats to make it this far. He's going to paddle back out and join his other competitors in this last quarterfinal. Second to the last heat of the day. Following this quarterfinal will be the repecharge to decide the final 2 trialists who will be joining us into the main event of the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. Here we got Cristobal with a few open face spins, cutting out.
Coming down to the wire here at the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. As you can see, not much action right now, but the riders have been waiting patiently, and they've been getting waves. You know what? I'm a loss for words. Who do we got to thank for making this happen?
Definitely Sparkgreen, the title sponsor, getting the naming rights to the Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge 2016. The Vairao Surf Club has been integral at organizing this wonderful event along with the FTS. Also, we want to thank OPT, Air Tahiti Nui, and the support of the French Polynesian government, who has been also just so crucial, important, and critical in getting this event underway. Could not have done it without all of these wonderful sponsors that are bringing to you the wonderful event. We also want to thank JG Bodyboards, BB King, and ISS for their sponsorship. Here we got yellow. This looks like Reiho doing a tough roll through the lip there, inside section. Reiho is a very prominent Taishin bodyboarder. Even gets hooked up by hubboards. And he's going to paddle back out.
All right, there looks like maybe a little lull in the action, which is perfect. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
we open road.
To the wire, coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. Again, quarterfinal number 3. We can't thank you enough, Manny V and David Hubbard and everybody here on the beach. Can't thank you enough for tuning in for the first day of broadcasting, where we're testing and making sure everything is going to be set and ready to go for the main event, which may go down as early as tomorrow.
You gotta wait and see. Tune into our morning show at 7 a.m. to find out. Also get some great interviews and insights for this Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge 2016.
It wasn't a bad day of competition. I mean, we've seen everything from double barrel rides, sections that are perfect. Big inverts. Martin throwing it down, obviously.
Cristobal también, yeah, Cristobal as well, doing some big moves. So yeah, we have seen great action. We have seen a good day of trials, as good of a day of trials as you could expect at any of our venues on the APB 2016 World Tour.
Yeah, and the trialists also got to be able to use the priority system early in the event. That was pretty cool to have.
Yeah, super cool. And they got to get used to the scaffolding, the information delivery, speakers, visual systems, everything that is being presented to them so that they can compete at their best. And yeah, it's been great.
And depending where you are in the world, you're going to be able to see, if it's not too late, a highlight clip of today's action on. You can find it on the apbworldtour.com website. And if you're waking up in some part of the world, then you'll wake up to all the action that went down today. Also, you can find it on the APB YouTube channel as well.
Very
Look at
cool.
This. Look at
Here
this.
Here we see Blue PJ going for it.
Oh.
Interesting
Oh, he
placement of
got
the
sucked back over on that one. That's just a little demonstration on
The
how
power.
much power these waves have. And look at this.
Rejo
Oh, get out of there. There's no
pulling
way.
into that huge clampy clamshell of a tubular section. Not very demonstrative of what we can have possible here. And then a paddle and a no-go from Cristobal. This is definitely heating up. Crunch time, like you said. These competitors know it's all coming down to the wire. We've only got probably about 30 minutes left of competition on the entire trials day. We're finaling out these 8 trialists. Out of the final 10 that made it into these quarters, just 4 are left to be decided.
I mean, this is a full day of competition, and there's going to be 4 riders that still have 20 minutes to go to decide their fate in this competition, whether they compete all day and finish today and end up as alternates, or advance on to the main event.
Only time will tell, Manny, and we are so excited to find out who the final 4 trialists to join the 4 that have already been decided. We'll get you that information if we can. Otherwise, you'll have to tune in to the APB website to find that out after the competition has concluded in about the next half hour.
Yes, it's been pretty awesome day today as far as competing is concerned, and you're going to be able to catch up with anything that has been going on here on the APB World Tour Facebook page and website. So make sure you stay tuned on those two sites for sure. I'm sure you've been Instagramming, seeing a lot of Instagrams of the competitors here at the event. So those are been pretty fun to watch. And APB also has Snapchat. So if you're getting into the Snapchat realm of things, make sure you check out APB Tour on Snapchat. And look at this. Oh, perfect cylindrical roll.
That was solid.
That was epic right there. Cristobal.
That was solid. The Chilean proving that he has what it takes to be in the main event. And I'd say he's been one of the most impressive riders today. Just non-biased, but just showing how he's performed. Also, I'm relating that in relation to what it would be like if it was bigger. I think that his riding could be suited to even bigger waves.
He just looks confident.
He looks confident.
That's what it seems
Looks
like.
confident and in control in the heavier sections that are being produced today, which would be pretty mellow sections on a other day, but I think he could handle.
I mean, he's one of those competitors. He's not new to the scene. He ended up in the quarterfinals in Arica last year, so he knows what it takes to get through a ton of heats. Starting up from the back end. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see if he can make it to the main event, which I think he can do. And he's known for riding big waves, big slabs all over Chile, and I would love to see him here in some pretty heavy chopes.
Yeah, that would be really cool. But he's put on a wonderful show for us today thus far, at least.
You know what I haven't had yet here in Tahiti is fish.
Okay.
So I need to figure out how to fix that.
I'm sure it won't be hard. It's probably on the dinner menu tonight. Wouldn't be surprised.
Perfect. Wow, what is that? Amazing. Yeah, so here's a current look at what's going on out in the water. PJ in blue, actually, I think that's his dad's name. But PJ Tartak from Puerto Rico in the blue still has a chance to pull it off. All top two riders advance on.
PJ's in second somehow right now.
Oh.
It's the Raiho sitting in third with a total of a 4.93.
For whatever reason, I was looking at the 1.43 and figured that wasn't enough, but obviously it is in this situation.
Yeah, so those are the top two rides being shown, and their total right next to it. So we do see Cristobal with a nice healthy lead.
Somebody's getting pounded on the inside right there. They
Oh.
were on their way out, and they turned around and said, all right, you know what, let me give it another shot. And he's going to try to get a ride, but how much time? Does he have enough time to get all the way back and around? Wow. I wish I could give you the audio for the loud rain hitting the top of our tent and the leaves of the banyan trees next to us. But it's pretty awesome. Just one day here in Tahiti would just cure all the drought in Southern California. There they go. Around the reef, through the channel, and back out to the lineup. So it's been a good day so far. We're coming down to the wire. Thank you for tuning in, and Dave, you're nailing it.
Yeah, no, likewise. I'd say the same to you, Manny, and it's great to have you back in the booth.
Back at the
It's
booth.
been a little while, and we're so glad that you're able to join us and host us along for the 2016 APB World Tour.
There'll be a few events that I've been invited to, and I'm really excited because they're some of the bigger, better waves of the tour. El Fronton, to name one. Super amped on that. Get to go back to the Canary Islands. I'd like to run across the island while I'm there. There's an ultra marathon that goes over from Las Palmas over, so it's gonna be pretty fun. But yeah, I'm pretty excited. 2016.
Radical.
And if I get a chance, I'm gonna enter a DK event and try to figure out how to put me in the same heat as you, so I can show you how it's done.
That would be cool. That would be cool. I think you've done it before. I think you've shown me before, so it'd be it would be cool. Sounds like that would probably be coming up at Sintra. Oh, so that will be cool. It's great to have Manny in the booth, back involved in the APB, and talking us through, helping with the call, making this action come to you. And we also are so stoked that you're able to join us, those of you tuning in.
Yes.
And thanks for your patience today, and be ready for tomorrow. Morning show at 7 a.m. and we'll see then if we're going to be moving on into the main event and bringing you the full quality, solid production that we got for you. We're just testing it out and getting things ready, but tomorrow you can expect the bells and whistles to be blowing and firing on all cylinders.
Yes, I think I'm gonna call it an early night. Get some work done as far as reading up on some profiles of the riders and some history on Tahiti. And calling it an early night so we can get here for the morning show. I'm really excited. Tomorrow we're gonna see all the top pros. Plus the morning show, we're gonna have some guests come into the booth and give us their story on their experience here in Tahiti and the event and life in general. So it'll be fun to watch, and I'm gonna ask them to bring their board in just so they can talk about the board and why they picked that board for this event, and go from there.
Yeah, I think equipment is a very super critical part of this event.
Yeah, I mean,
besides practice, training experience, I think equipment is another huge part of it. So that'll be great to get the insight from all the riders.
do you want a super stiff board or do you want a board with flex? What do you look for?
I think you'd want a board with flex so you can scoop in on the super heavy one. So you want the board to respond to your pressure and pulling up on the nose so you don't pearl, as well as, in a airdrop situation. At the same time, you don't want it to be a wet blanket and just fold under you. You definitely need it to have some stiffness. So there's a fine line there.
We're coming down to the wire. I mean, you can see behind us, if you look around, I mean, the sun is going down and we're losing light, and it's been a full day of competition. I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the main event. And oh, look at this. We do have a rider up and getting nice little oh, get out of there.
Whoa.
It's just dredging right now on the shallow reef.
That was a good example of what could happen on a big day. Is sometimes you'll get into a barrel, and sometimes you get locked in. And even if you aren't riding the barrel anymore, but you're wiping out, it holds you in that foam ball and brings you all the way in along for the ride. And there's almost no escape from the power of the wave. It's not like a typical wave that will kind of roll over you and move forward. It's a really sticky and clingy and grabby foam ball here.
And it's just going to take you.
Yeah, and it wants to hold on tight and take you for a ride.
The first real experience I had with a very strong whitewash was Puerto Escondido, where a 2-foot whitewash could knock you back 50 yards easy. Here, same thing, but it's dragging you. It could drag you across the shallow reef. Pretty. I mean, this is a wave of consequence. If you blow it, you can get a beating.
Certainly, yeah. And we don't want that to happen to a large extent. We do have safety personnel on hand in case it does. But these competitors are going to be pushing it.
Yep.
They're going to be putting their personal safety on the line, and they're going to be going for it.
So we have one more heat, I believe, out in the water, the Repicharge. Again, we're going to give you the results, and I believe you can find the results on the APB World Tour website and Facebook page. of what went down today, and we're gonna finish off with one last heat, which is the Rep Charge heat. Only the top 2 riders will get those 2 tickets to the last 2 tickets to the main event, the 3rd and 4th in the Rep Charge alternates, and just being able to ride chopes with a few other people. Even though it wasn't the best chopes, it's just as good as some of breaks around the world on their best day.
Yeah, and I think for those guys who will be first and second alternate respectively, you know, they did put on a show all day. They made a bunch of heats. You know, they proved that they almost had what it takes. I mean, pretty much, you know, if they made it that far, you know, there's not too much separating them. Obviously, we do have to separate 8 individuals out of the 36, even finally out of these 10 who've made it thus far. But, you know, they're just about as close as you can come to making that main event, so they can't feel too bad about it.
No, I mean, again, it wasn't that bad of a day of competition. We did get the trials out of the way, and next, finally, we will see the main event, and that's when we see the big dogs,
The big boys.
the big dogs, the Guillermo Tomegas, the Mike Stewart, Ben Player, David Hubbard. Just to name a few. I mean, the list is, 40 deep. So it's going to be pretty exciting to watch. Make sure you tune in every day from this point on for the morning show with interviews of some of the riders. We'll jump into either confirmation that we run the event or if we call it. Either way, tune in 7 o'clock local time here in Tahiti. I know that's 10 o'clock in San Diego, so 10 a.m. So, I mean, 7 o'clock Tahiti time, punch it into Google, find out what time it is for you, and then you're sweet. No excuses. Wow, look at that. Still coming in.
It's still coming in, and I think it's still picking up. So we might see swell this big or bigger tomorrow, which would probably warrant a round 1 start. You know, it'll be a non-elimination round. Give the competitors a chance to try it out. That was a beautiful looking wave on screen just there. Not sure if it was completely makeable all the way, but wow, that looked cool.
So right now, I mean, it looks like I'm looking behind us and in front of us, and guaranteed we're right in either the brunt of a storm that's passing through or right in the middle of it. And from what I hear, it should be mellowing out as far as the weather is concerned tomorrow. Either way, make sure you just tune in for that morning show, and we'll give you more details on the happenings here at the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge.
Yeah, in the morning show we'll have all the information, the latest update on the forecast, what we're looking at for the rest of the period, what you can expect for the day of competition, if it will happen or not, and great interviews like we've been talking about. So that's really cool and exciting, and this has already been just a great way to start off the Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. Here we have White going for it with some open-face maneuvers, and let's see how far he's going to push the envelope, how much he wants to make the trials.
Look how shallow it is right there.
That was below sea level, basically, where he went.
And what type of reef is that there? Is it...
It's a very alive coral reef. It's got heaps of fingers and just edges, and it's kind of it'll crumble underneath you a little bit too. Sometimes some of it's very solid. Some of it'll crumble a little bit, so it could break off inside your skin. Very sharp edges. There's huge Vana size of basketballs.
Oh my god!
And yeah,
Vana is
sea urchins. So I mean, tons of hazards, and the Tahitians are more concerned about eels than they are of sharks. Sharks don't typically bite around here, but they're concerned about eels and that they could kind of snatch you and lock you down to the reef. That's their concern, is they could drown you.
Oh dang!
But they got freshwater eels here, which is great. You know, there's a few streams around, and if you haven't seen the freshwater eels, you can go check them out, and they're huge. Puhi. They're awesome. Yeah, it's great.
Well, how many rivers do we have around here? I know there's 2 on the way just to the
Yeah,
Just
there's
the way to
these
the
little
road.
streams, but then right at the road, at the end of the road, there's a river that has the puhi inside, the freshwater eel.
So don't swim in there?
Hey, go for it. They're friendly.
Oh, okay.
They won't lock you down to the bottom because it's shallow enough there.
Look at this thing. Oh, nice, clean, controlled stalled right there from the
Scooping
Puerto
it.
Rican.
Scooping
Oh,
it
no.
in.
Take that back. Yep. Again, the confident, the Chilean. Did you see the way he... Oh, are we... Oh, you're right.
I think we're now in... that didn't look like Cristobal to me, but again, we're just running off of visual aids. I do think we're into the last heat of the day, deciding the last two trialists. I think Cristobal, Martin, and Sean Peterson are in. I'm not sure the other 6 placings, but we'll find out in not too long. Probably less than 20 minutes remaining for this day of competition trials. Day 1 of the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge.
All right, we're waiting patiently just as the riders are, but it looks like Yellow finding a nice little, like, 3-footer. Going for a roll straight off the top. Nice, clean landing, stalling, dragging the legs to slow down, and going for a maneuver on this super shallow part of the wave.
That was critical.
That was pretty crazy.
A straight up critical.
But that's I think that's what we're gonna see for the next 20 minutes, because this is their last chance to get into the main event. I mean, only
The death heat.
only the 2 riders get to move on to the main event.
This is it, Manny. This is it. All day has accumulated in this last hour and 20 minutes into what we're watching now, this death heat.
All right, you can see the jet skier on in the foreground right there, standing by just in case somebody gets lagooned. Here we go, spin off the top, out the back, and this is where it couldn't be all the difference because there's not much of solid waves coming in as of yet. And White pulling out, but look at that, Dave holding his breath to make sure that he doesn't do a maneuver in the shallows right there. But I mean, this is it. This is the last heat of the day in the trials. This is the rapid charge, aka the heat. So, top 2 riders advance on, and those will be the last 2 spots of the trials that will be given away.
Super exciting, because this is history in the making. Our 48-man draw for the main event of the Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge is like, wow, just moments away from being confirmed. Opening ceremonies yesterday, trials today. Let's see, main event tomorrow.
Don't go back anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Don't.
Hear the breathing? Still?
Coming down to the wire here at the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge with Manny V and Dave Hubbard. Thank you all for tuning in to the event. It's been a long day of action and just fine-tuning on our end here for the live feed, making sure all the pieces are squared away when we come to you live for the first day of main event, which could go down tomorrow. We will find out on the morning show each day from this point on, so make sure you tune in at 7 a.m. local Tahitian time. Give us a lowdown on who we have to thank to make it all possible.
Well, the Sparkgreen 2016 Tahiti Challenge brought to you by Vaira'u Surf Club, FTS, OPT, Air Tahiti Nui, and the support from the French Polynesian government, as well as JG, Bodyboards, BB King, ISS, all being a part of this wonderful event, making it possible. Thank you to them all, and support those who support the sport. Just a friendly reminder that we need to support those who are in the sport, and if you're a passionate bodyboarder, try to support bodyboarding brands. It's how our industry can stay alive. So, thanks for tuning in. Just going to be with you a few more minutes while we round up the final repecharge.
Oh my, I would not want to be in that position right there. There's just a ton of whitewash just dragging across the reef, and if you don't get out of there in time, you're just going to end up in the lagoon. Look at this, just draining.
Yeah,
it's barely outrunning. Oh my God.
It's definitely been picking up all day, Manny.
And you can hear the rain. I wish you could hear the rain. Somehow, I'm going to get a mic over here just so you can just hear the rain just coming down. It's coming down pretty hard right now, but it's been on and off all day, and it's what makes Tahiti beautiful.
Certainly is. Definitely a big part of this beautiful island culture. Watering all the plants, flushing out all the streams. And here we got some more action barrel ride. Our rider in red looking to finish up the move. Open face reverse, cuts out. He's going to get out the back while we have more waves pouring through the lineup. Looks like this rider just exited the barrel.
Oh, nice.
Charging a nice big roll.
Oh, yeah.
A vicious claim and an aggressive cutout. He dove
vicious.
off. That was unreal.
I
He's
would not
excited.
dive off like that in those shallows, though. That's kind of taking the next level because you can dive right into the reef.
Yeah, you got to be careful or just be so excited you don't feel it. But he was definitely feeling that roller.
I don't know how I feel about those kind of claims, especially this early in the heat where you're not 100% sure if you're going to make it out of the heat. You're not going to get extra points. You're not going to get, the only thing you're going to probably do is I guess you're just stoked. You're that stoked. Maybe you can't control it.
You're that stoked. You're feeling it. You're getting the crowd behind you, the people on the boats. You're proving to the judges you had control. I don't think it affects the score like you said, but there is the potential to throw out your arm if you if you just crank it that hard. You know, it could get pretty aggressive, and you could get a strain or a muscle pull if you really push the claim to the next level. I don't think White took it that far, but he got close. He was walking a fine line.
All right, well, we are coming down to the wire once again. The last heat of the trials out in the water, trying to determine who the next two competitors that will get those two last spots into the main event. Man, it's been a full day for not only us, but the competitors and the viewers. I'm going to try to figure out how we can communicate with the viewers, and so we can talk about who's been watching from the very first hour of our live broadcast. because you guys are what make it happen, and we thank you for tuning in and watching.
Yeah, thank you, Steve Action Jackson. He's probably tuning in.
Well, he's
And-
in Brazil, and I don't know what time it is in Brazil.
It's perfect time to watch bodyboarding anywhere in the world, Manny.
You're right. I stand corrected. So it's been an awesome day of competition for sure. We were able to watch it here live while we were getting things ready in the beginning part of the day, and then
And
we get to see it along with you. But tomorrow again, we're going to make the call to see if round 1 of the main event is going to go down. But before that, we will have a live morning show from 7 to 7:30 where we'll have special guests come in, talk about their experience here in Tahiti, talk about the competition and life in general. So, again, thank you for tuning in. Manny V and David Hubbard, we will see you again tomorrow, but not until this heat is over. And here's a look at what we got.
I stand corrected. Sean Peterson is in this repecharge. He didn't already gain a berth into the main event. He's joined by Jared Gibson,
Oh, the Aussies versus Tahitis.
Raiho,
Tahitians.
and Tiavanui, which tells me Sebastian Kraft, Hitoti, Martin, Maranui, Cristobal, and PJ are all in the main event.
Yes, one of the sponsors of the event, Jared Gibson, obviously a talented rider, holding it down here, and he goes for a roll on the inside. Oh, hold on, because it's getting really shallow there. But not only is he a talented bodyboarder throwing it down right now, but he is shaping some amazing boards. And, I mean, he's a man of all trades.
Jack of all trades, master of one.
And
Shaping.
right now, what's going to happen on this inside section? Yep, get out of there. So it's going to now that we saw the names in this repecharge, is it going to be the 2 Australians or the 2 Tahitians or a mix of both advancing on?
Well, odds are with it being a mixed plate, but I wouldn't be shocked if it went lopsided on either way for a double-double.
We'll see. We'll see at the end of.
Yeah, we just have Maranui giving us a big high five. He's already made it into the main event. Very stoked. The caveman himself, very talented Tahitian rider.
All right, we're coming down, I think, to the last 5 seconds of the trials rounds and this rep quarter. So, how's it looking right now? I mean, you got first look.
Tiavanui and Jared Gibson right now in first and second. Raihau in fourth. Sean Peterson in third. Not totally sure how it's going to wind up, especially with the time remaining, but we do know that the light is fading. It's been dark and cloudy all day, but as you can see on screen, we're pushing it. We're pushing it. We're excited, though, to get these trials underway, get our 8 trialists.
So we were trying to figure out whether it was going to be a mixture or not a domination, but was it going to be the 2 Tahitians or the 2 Australians making out of this repecharge quarter to take those last 2 spots in the main event? So I think I'm getting word through my earpiece, and it looks like we're still getting relays from the scaffolding, but I think I heard Sean Peterson is in that first place spot. We did see some waves come in at the towards the end, so still waiting for the call through the earpiece. So we know, I think we know Sean Peterson. You know what? I don't want to pull a Steve Harvey, so let's hold on for a second before I say any other names. So forget what I just said. Again, thank you all for tuning in for the entire day here at the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. It's been a full day of competition. Everybody threw down with the conditions they had, and it was a tough day for the competitors.
But we got our trialists into the main event, and they are Sebastian Kreft, Maranui Richmond, Hitoti Henry, Martin Muridian, PJ Tartak, Cristobal Sharafia, and the final two trialists making it into the main event will soon be relayed to us, and we'll soon give that information to you guys before we close out the cast.
Yeah, and we don't want to give you any. We're going to give you the results as soon as they're official. So if you want to stand by, hold on. So we're still standing by, waiting to hear the final results here at. All right, we're still standing by, and I think what you see on your screen right now may be what the end of the day is looking like. So waiting for one last confirmation, but it does look like the scores you see on your screen may be the ones that will be the results. Okay, it looks like what you see on your screen is what is maybe the official score. So, and yep, it looks like that is what you see on your screen right there are the final results for this last Rev Charge quarter.
All right,
Wow.
There we have it. Our 8 trialists who are making it on to the main event. Tune in 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Morning show. We'll see if we're on for the main event tomorrow. We got a great day wrapped up in the trials, and we got more great days ahead of us in the Sparkgreen 2016 Tahiti Challenge.
Oh my God! Oh, here we are. I'm just scratching my head, going, "Wow!" Going through some of the highlights and some of the rides and some of the competitors and some of the faces I saw on my way over to the booth. It was a pretty exciting day. Everything from reading Roy Overstreet's story to seeing U-Riding's creator Mike going through a heat or two, watching some of the moves landing flawlessly, and
big claims, just excited
huge claims, and also seeing Dave Hubbard's new look. So, you want to say any last words before?
Yeah, thanks so much for tuning in. Hope you had fun, and be ready for tomorrow. We got more action, awesome bells and whistles. We're fine-tuning the whole production, so thanks for being patient, and enjoy the show tomorrow, coming live at 7 a.m. Tahitian Standard Time.
That's it. Morning show tomorrow, 7 o'clock. We'll be doing a half hour, and then we're going to come back with a confirmation if we're going to run that first round of the main event or hold off for a better day for better conditions or better waves. So I think that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for watching. On behalf of David Hubbard and everybody here at the APB World Tour, again, the 2016 Sparkgreen Tahiti Challenge. We're out of here. Boom!